The views and opinions of the guests of Veterans Archives do not reflect the views and opinions of Veterans Archives, its subsidiaries, or its partners. Hello and welcome to Veterans Archives. This is a podcast where you can learn about our military history in the words and voices of the men and women who lived and created it. I'm your host, Bill Krieger, and let's listen to our next story. Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday, December 19th, 2023, and we're talking with Terrence McMillan, who served in the United States Marine Corps. I might want to add that Riley is here with us, and we'll be talking about Riley in a minute as well.
Of course.
So, Terrence, let's just kind of start from the very beginning, and let's talk about when and where were you born?
I was born in Fort Hood, Texas, 1990. So March 30th, 1990 is my birthday. Fort Hood, my mom was Army, so that's where she was stationed at when I was born.
Okay. You have any brothers and sisters?
I have a lot of brothers and sisters.
Oh, goodness.
So on my mom's side, I have a sister and two brothers. My sister is a year under me, so 91. And then my brother under her, 92. And then my baby brother is 96.
Okay.
And then on my dad's side, I have a older sister by like 2 months. Well, just under 2 months. And then there's me. And then there is my brother is next, and he was, I think, 92. And then my sister is 93. And then my baby brother on that side was 94. Yeah, I think 94.
Well, I lost count. That's a lot of kids.
Yep, there is. So if we're going to include all of my siblings and me, that will be a total of 8 of us.
All right. So
9 of us, because there's 4 on my dad's side and then 3 on my mom's side. No, that would be 8. I did it right.
Yep, you got your math right the first time around.
I did it right.
That's right. So let's talk about that a little bit. What was it like growing up and having all those siblings?
So my siblings were all, well, on my mom's side, we were all born in Fort Hood. So we were all together, lived together and everything. My sister and brother under her, they have the same dad. And then my baby brother, my mom, when she got married, so she married his dad, and, well, okay, we can talk about him in a minute.
All right.
And so then there's my dad's side. I only saw them when, like, I came to Michigan. Mom would always let Dad know I was coming, and then, you know, when I got here, you know, we figured out a way, because we always stayed with my grandma when I came here. So we'd figure out a way for me to go with him, and he'd always, you know, go grab my siblings as well. Mm-hmm. So all of us were together. So at the time, there were 6 of us on my dad's side. So I thought I had 2 sisters and 3 brothers on my dad's side. Later, we learned that my first brother on my dad's side, that was him and my dad, we thought, you know, had the same mom and dad. Mm-hmm. And then found out that actually that brother was actually not Dad's son. I mean, we still, you know, looked at him as our brother because we always did everything together, right? It was just that after we found that out, Dad didn't really pick him up whenever, you know, we all got together at Dad's house. So, yeah, we get together. The biggest thing I remember with every time I came to Michigan, or if I was already here for school, when I say Michigan, I'm saying Muskegon,
okay.
Michigan.
All right.
he would always, which I always looked forward to it, and the tradition is still alive even with me and my kids, is he always made us chili dogs. That was the thing we always ate at his house was chili dogs. If it wasn't chili dogs, then we got treated to Scrib's Pizza, which, if you don't know anything about Scrib's Pizza in Muskegon, well, let's just say that is the place to go for pizza.
All right.
It beats everybody, especially the what do you call them? Like the Domino.
Oh, like the chain restaurants?
The chain restaurants.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. So, yeah, it definitely, like, I would rather go there, even though it's more money.
Right.
I would rather go there, spend the extra money, because it's just so good. So good.
I'll have to check it out when I'm in the Muskegon area.
Yes, you do have to check that out. And then the one you have to go to, because they're the best one. There's like 4 of them in Muskegon County now, 4 or 5. But the one to go to is the one that's on Laketon. They are the best. I think they're the original store. Mm-hmm. It's a small store. They have like 2 or 3 tables in there. I think they have a booth. But that's really it. It's small. They have a drive-through as well. But the food is so good.
Oh, yeah.
And my favorite thing to get when I'm there is the Meat Lovers Pizza, which is thin crust, by the way. Mm-hmm. So they don't have, like, if they do, we just never got it. It's always been thin crust. And, just cut in squares and everything. I always went for the square pieces.
Right. The corner pieces, like with...
No, or so it's like a round circle.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like a regular, like a round pizza.
Like Sir Pizza.
Sir Pizza.
Oh,
I haven't had Sir Pizza.
Oh, you got to try Sir Pizza.
I've been told that I need to go try them too.
Right up on Lake Lansing Road.
Yep, I know where it is.
I think you're going to find it's probably very similar to the pizza that you enjoyed as a kid. So,
okay.
So you have to go try that and then let me know.
Okay, I can do that because I've been told by a couple of my fellow bartenders here that, whenever they brought it up one day, and I was like, oh, sir, they got good pizza. Just like everybody stopped in their tracks. Like, you haven't had it yet? It's like, no, I haven't had it. It's like, you need to have it. You need to go get you some.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is probably the best pizza in the greater Lansing area.
Absolutely.
Like, okay, so maybe it's the Scribs of the greater Lansing area.
It could be. So we'll go back to talking about visiting your dad here in Michigan. Mm-hmm. It sounds like those were some good times.
So, yes, growing up, you're a kid, you don't really know everything about life and things like that until you've experienced it, growing, up and
right.
adulthood and things like that. So I came up here at least once a year. But there were times where I was here for school. Mm-hmm. So, because, my mom might have deployed, or she had to, go do like some long training that she wouldn't be home for. So we'd come here to Michigan and stay with my grandma. So I started school here in Muskegon at McLaughlin Elementary, which is no longer there.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
It is sad. Great school. Budget cuts and all that fun stuff,
Oh, yeah.
The great thing about it is they can't tear the building down because it's historic.
Right.
So I don't know why you would close down elementary school that's in a historic building. Like, you can't do nothing with the building. you can't get rid of the building, so why not leave the school there?
Right.
I think I heard they were doing, and this was like probably a year or two ago, that I heard this, is that they're probably going to make it like office,
mm-hmm.
building, like an office building.
Right.
And I was like, okay, well, I guess at least it's not just going to sit there, because that'd be dumb.
Right.
You're going to have a historic building that's not even being used. Like, that's crazy.
Absolutely. So what was it like going to that school?
It was great. That's where our preschool, so started school there, so preschool, I'll never forget her name, ever. My preschool teacher, Miss Dabrowski. Because, you know, we were young and we couldn't really say all of that. It was like, Miss D. That was what
made it real easy. Made it real easy for you.
Miss D. So in preschool, that's where I found my first love. Okay, crush.
Right.
And I was here for third grade, and we were in school. We were in class together. Out of I think there were like 3 third grade classes. We were in class together again. Came back for 5th grade. Again, we were in same class. So third grade, Miss Shockey. Wow, I remembered her name. And then 5th grade, Miss Priestley? Miss P.
Okay.
I don't know why I can't think of it, but I'm pretty sure it was her name started with a P. I think it was Priestley. Maybe. And then, so those times that I was here for school, I saw my siblings and my dad obviously more.
Right.
And then when, you know, I wasn't here for school, you know, in the summertime, that's when we would travel here to Michigan. So that was like our thing, was traveling from Texas to Michigan. And that's how I fell in love with road trips. Even though most of the road trip is so boring. I know early my mom had a van, and I don't know who will remember this, if whomever's listening to this will even know it. The van had the seats could turn around, so like the captain's chairs could turn around, and the seat in the back actually folded down like a futon does.
Right.
So turned into like a bed. It was great. Because we were like, oh, we got a bed that we can, you know, I don't know, well, today it probably wouldn't be legal because we're seatbelts.
Right.
But it was great to have that because we didn't have to worry about, we can't get comfortable in this chair. Or my sibling is laying on my shoulder and no, I can't sleep because, you know, they're snoring in my ear. So that was great until we didn't have that van anymore. And then, well, I was older, so I always tried to be in the front seat. The key thing about being in the front seat, however, my mom said that if you're in the front seat, you cannot be sleeping. You have to be awake.
Right.
So if you want to sleep, you don't need to be in the front. So I was in the front a lot. Because, I mean, we just talked. Like, growing up, for one, my mom was my idol growing up. And kind of like my best friend. Because, I mean, I wanted to do everything with her. I wanted her to do everything with me. Like in school, I always volunteered her to, you know, chaperone for like our field trips or something like that when they needed chaperones. And there was a couple of times when she came to chaperone, people would ask, "Is that your sister?" And I'm like, "No, that's my mom."
And she's just your mom, so you're like, that's a weird question.
Yeah, I'm like, no, that's my mom, not my sister. And then my mom would kind of get a kick out of it. I was like, okay, I look young enough to be your sister. Nice. So
lots of road trips and really lots of getting to know each other on the way up here to Michigan, it sounds like.
So being the oldest, you know, I felt like, again, as I got older, so high school is when, you know, my brain is more developed and I'm, you know, thinking clearer. I'm able to, you know, see things for what it is. And one of the things that I started noticing is being the oldest, I was like left out. You know, I was not getting the attention, you know, at home. It was pretty much the road trip is when, or, you know, if she was chaperoning, that's when, you know, I got the most of my mom.
Right.
Because again, she was in the Army, if I didn't already say that.
Yeah.
And so by the time I got to high school, she was actually a reservist.
Mm-hmm.
So she was still, serving when she needed to. And she was food service in the Army. And then there was times when she was like in school. So there were times where, when she had class, because she was actually going to school, like physically going.
Right.
Because I don't think like back in that time they really had online, classes or school,
Yeah.
So sometimes we were there with her in the hallway, chilling. Well, okay. Being kids.
Chilling as much as you could, right?
We're in the hallway being kids is what we're
Right.
doing. Like, this is boring, so let's find something to do. So we may run up and down the hallway because it was night classes for her.
Yeah.
Because she worked during the day. And so there's like no one there. And whomever was there, it's like, I think like maybe 2 classes going. So it was like, it was empty building for us to run around in.
Why not, right?
And so that's what we did.
Yeah.
But yeah, so most of the time it just felt like she was giving them all the attention.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like I tell my my youngest brother this all the time on her side, that when you were born, shortly after you were born, that's when I despised you. Because quite literally, all the attention went to him from everybody.
Well, he's the baby, right?
That was the problem.
Yes.
That now meant I got even less attention from her. And then the one thing that was great for me, and I think it's why I am who I am today, was my aunt. So when my mom got stationed in Texas, my aunt, who already had a son, 2 sons actually. So she had so I was born, so she went in 89. I was born in 90. So that means 89 she went. My aunt came shortly after her son was born in 89. So my cousin, who is only a few months older than me, because he was born here in Michigan, in Muskegon, her oldest son, who was born in 85, she had him and her now newborn son, and they moved to Texas, because my mom was, I think what she told me was, so mom wasn't there by herself.
Yeah.
It's a new place for her because she lived in Michigan her whole life.
Right.
Until she joined the Army. So the good thing was, I had my aunt. My aunt actually became like my best friend. She, I don't know if it's because she's the oldest of 3. So she kind of understood me, and maybe, saw some of the things I was doing and the why I was doing it. She's like, he's doing these things because he's trying to get attention. Right. Because, growing up, what I learned now, that I'm a parent, that negative attention, well, that's still attention. Right. So if you're misbehave and you got to get in trouble, you got to get punished. Well, they had to give you the attention to, punish you, and everybody else got it taken away.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
So that could be why I did some of the naughty things I did growing up. And I think that's kind of what my aunt saw. And a lot of times, I spent a lot of time with my cousins because I was over at her house a lot. Okay. There was actually, which I did not know this, there was some times when, I think summertime, when mom had to go someplace and I stayed with her. But my siblings, so this is for my baby brother, they came here to Michigan with my grandma to stay with my grandma. So yeah, I stayed with her. There was, I think, 1 or 2 times that I stayed with her when mom was gone. And I mean, my cousins are kind of like my siblings,
right?
Because we spent so much time together. And I have 3 cousins on her side. So yeah, my aunt, she has 3. Then my mom, she has 4, and their youngest brother, my uncle, he has none.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he really wants kids, which
right.
I guess whatever. You can live your parenting through, because he was kind of like a parent growing up. He was like the only constant male figure I saw.
Right.
Not just once a year type deal.
Right.
And so my life was pretty much by women. So my mom, my aunts, and my grandma were pretty much the ones who raised me.
Right.
And they're the ones who made me who I am today.
Mm-hmm.
And I credit them for all of that. I give the most credit to my mom, which goes back to the attention piece.
Right.
So we went to a lot of different schools.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, because it sounds like you were kind of going back and forth between Texas and Michigan for grade school. So let's talk a little bit about high school. Those years.
So high school, I spent 2 years in, so Killeen, Texas which is the city outside of Fort Hood.
Right.
So that's where we lived at the most. When she was married, we lived on base, but it wasn't on base. It was off base housing, but
owned by the government. Part
of the base, so
right.
They still called it base. You living on base, even though it's off base housing. So yeah, when she was married, that's where we lived at. And that would have been, I think they got married in 96.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were only married for a couple years, which my siblings, through him, we still talk to this day. A lot of people are like, oh, your step sibling. No, they're not my stepsister and stepbrother. No. Even though at times that's what I wanted to call them, because they both are older than me.
Right.
The brother, he is, I want to say he's like maybe 2 years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
And then my sister, she is, she's only a few months older. She was also born in January.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, she's only a few months older than me.
So you have a cousin, a brother, and a sister that are all very close to you in age then.
2 sisters.
Yeah.
So my sister on my dad's side, and then my sister through my stepdad.
Right.
And then, my cousin who was 89.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 sisters and a brother, and then the older brother who's like I said, probably like geez. But then like those 3 are the ones that were like a few months apart.
Right.
So high school.
Yeah. Tell me about high school. What was high school like for young Terrence?
High school was... Well, before we talk about high school, I want to talk about middle school.
Okay.
So I started middle school in Coppers Cove, Texas. Mm-hmm. So after 5th grade, came back back to Texas, and mom got a house in Coppers Cove, which is another city right outside of Fort Hood, in the other direction.
Okay.
So like you have Fort Hood. I mean, I know the listeners can't really see what I'm doing. So you got like Fort Hood, and then on one side you got Coppers Cove, and then on the other side you got Killeen. And then there's another side. Fort Hood is huge.
Oh yeah, it's a very big base. For anyone listening who's never been there, it's enormous.
So you've been to Fort Hood?
I have.
Okay, so then you know all the places I'm talking about.
Yes, it's nearly a state all by itself.
It could be. Yep.
So,
I think it is if it's not the biggest, it's definitely in the top 4 or 5. Of the biggest American bases, military bases that are out there. But I do think that size-wise, Fort Hood does take the cake. And then the other one would be, size-wise, one that I was stationed at in the Marines, which obviously we'll get to that. So middle school, I started middle school in Copper's Cove. That's where I met my best friend. And back to my first crush real quick.
Oh yeah.
So every time I came here to Michigan, like I said, in 5th grade and 3rd grade, we were in class together. And I always got her something for Valentine's Day. Mm-hmm. Always. And I used to tell my first brother on my mom's side. I'm going to say names. Is that okay?
You can say names. It's fine.
Okay, so...
It'll be a lot easier.
Okay, so my sister, her name... okay, so it's my mom's side. So I'll start from oldest to youngest. So my stepdad, his name is William. Uh-huh. His son's name is William, so he's a junior. And then my sister, her name is Jasmine. And then mom's kids would be my sister Shanae, my brother, we call him Jay, his name is Jeffrey, but we call him Jay. And then my youngest brother, Elian, who we call El. On my dad's side, there is, my oldest is, her name is Shanice, but we call her Shani. Mm-hmm. And then next will be my brother, my dad's name is Cedric. And then his second born would be Cedric Jr.
Okay.
And we call him Lil Man. Mm-hmm. And then my sister under him is, her name is, I want to say Sadria is her actual full name, but we call her Drea. Mm-hmm. And then my brother under her, we call him Man. And I don't know why I'm drawing a blank of his actual name, probably because I don't use it all.
Because you don't ever call him by his actual name, so.
Yeah, so that's kind of bugging me now that I can't think of his name.
It'll come to you.
It will come.
It'll come to you.
Okay.
So if we go back to your crush.
My crush, her name is Jaleesa.
Yes. And so every Valentine's Day you would get her something.
Every time I was here, every Valentine's Day, she always got something from me.
Uh-huh.
I remember 5th grade, I actually wrote a love note to go with the gift. And I asked my teacher to kind of help me, write it. And when I got done, I put sincerely Terrence. Mm-hmm. And then she's like, why did you put sincerely instead of love? And I was like, I don't know. I wasn't thinking like that, I guess.
Right. You're in 5th grade.
Exactly, So, yeah, every Valentine's Day she got something from me. I always found a way, even though I didn't have money like that, I always found a way to buy her something.
Oh, that's nice.
And then I would tell my brother Jay all the time, I was like, yep, that's going to be my wife right there. I'm going to marry that girl. Uh-huh. And he's like, okay, yeah, she's cute. I can see that, I mean, me and my siblings on my mom's side, not necessarily my dad's side, because I didn't see them that much. I didn't live with them,
right?
For real. So I didn't really have, fighting or anything like that with them, like siblings do.
Yeah.
like I do and did with the ones on my mom's side. So Shanae, Jay, and L, we, I always had to, beat them up for something.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one specific time that me and my brother were actually playing, me and Jay, we were playing, so, like the little rod thing that you use for the curtain.
Oh, yeah.
That's like long with the curve.
Yeah.
And it comes apart.
All right. So before the power went out, we were talking about curtain rods. So what about curtain rods?
Yeah, the curtain rods. All right. So they come apart, and my brother and I, so Jay, me and Jay would, this one time we did it, we were playing with, swords.
Yeah.
We were sword fighting. And which to this day, he says I did it on purpose, which if I did, I sure don't remember doing it on purpose. I cut him on his forehead with it. So, I mean, that means I won, right?
Of course.
I drew the first blood. And apparently I did it so bad, he had to go in to get stitches.
Okay.
And he kind of still has a little scar there as a reminder of don't mess with your big brother.
Uh-huh.
So like me and him used to do stuff like that. As I said before, my youngest brother, I despised him.
Right.
I did very little with him because it's like you're taking even more of now you're taking attention from everybody.
Right.
The golden child is what it, seemed like.
Yeah.
Because he pretty much could get away with murder. And then I always got in trouble for what everyone did. Because, I'm supposed to, I guess, make sure they don't do it.
Right, you're the oldest one. You're the oldest one.
Even though no one ever gave me a handbook on what you're supposed to do as the older sibling.
Right.
And I'm sure my mom couldn't tell me because she's the middle one. So,
right.
She could be like, as the oldest, you're going to get in trouble for everything your siblings do because that's what happened to me. So make sure they don't do stuff so you don't get in trouble.
Well, now maybe you could write that handbook for somebody.
I told my daughter, that, my oldest, because in my house, my wife, Chelsea, she's the youngest. She has older brother, Chad. And then my mother-in-law, Bobby, she lives with us. And I told my, Mackenzie, which is my oldest, I know we haven't talked about my kids yet, that, hey, as the oldest, well, for one, I'm the only one in this house that can actually tell you about what it's like being the oldest.
Right.
Because Nene, which is Bobby, yeah, she's the oldest, but her brother was born after Uncle Chad was born.
Mm-hmm. So
she was already an adult, living her life, married and everything. So she really wasn't the oldest. She was an only child.
Right.
So she couldn't really experience what I experienced as, the oldest.
Yeah.
So I try to do what I can with her. But we talk more about the kids. Because we were at middle school.
Right.
Okay, middle school. I started in Copper's Cove.
Yep.
Also known as Cove to the locals. So in Cove, I went to. So I did not finish 5th grade.
Okay.
In Michigan.
Okay.
Winter break, we went back to Texas.
Okay.
And so that's where I started. So there, it was 5th and 6th grade,
mm-hmm.
and then 7th and 8th grade were in a different, different, like that was junior high.
Right.
7th and 8th grade was like junior high in Cole. Well, I think that was just Texas period because I think that was like that in Killeen too.
Uh-huh.
At that time. And so I started, when I got there to Cove, I actually started playing the trumpet. That's when I got into band. I wanted to do percussion, but because we got there late, she told me that we don't have any more spots for percussion. But she said, "Can you play the piano?" I said, "No." She said, "Well, if you could have played the piano, I could have put you kind of in percussion on the xylophone."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh." And then I said, "Okay, well, what are my options?" And I'm going to say their actual names. I'm going to tell you what I called them.
Okay.
So she had two instruments on the floor. One was the trombone. The other was the trumpet. And she said, "Which one would you like to play?" I said, "I'm going to do the trombone because it's smaller." And she said, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah, the trombone. It's smaller." She said, that's the trumpet. It's like, "Oh, well, I'll do the trumpet." So I love telling that part. Then I learned that my mom played the trumpet in high school. And I mean, that's how my band career, if you will, started. So 5th grade, I met my two best friends. No, my bad. It was 6th grade I actually met them.
Okay.
I guess I didn't meet them in 5th grade, but we didn't really hang out or anything like that until 6th grade.
Right.
That's when we started getting closer to that best friend range.
Okay.
So it was Alyssa and Tony. So his actual name is Anthony, but
it's called Tony.
Tony.
Right.
So those are my two best friends. And the three of us were always together. We did, anytime that we went anywhere, we were almost inseparable. So whenever I was allowed to go out, someplace with them, then yeah, it was always the three of us for the most part. It wasn't until high school. So I finished 5th grade there, did all of 6th grade. Okay, since we're on 6th grade, because this is when it happened. So 6th grade was a great year until it wasn't. So it started off as a great year. And 6th grade for me was 2001. So everything was great on this particular day. And we were changing classes. So I was going to, I want to say, my world history class. And there was a TV on in the classroom. And the teacher wasn't in there at the time when we started, mingling our ways into the class. And I thought, okay, well, I guess we're about to, watch this might be like a movie or something,
Right.
Or, show on TV. We didn't know what it was. So she comes in, she shuts the door, and she says, "Alrighty, everyone, on the TV right here, this is the news. A plane just crashed into one of the Twin Towers in New York."
Let's take a quick break.
Veterans Archives is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and we rely on donations from our listeners. If you are enjoying these stories and would like to support our continued efforts, please go to www.veteransarchives.org and select the donate button. Thank you. So that was the first plane to hit the Twin Towers, and I think everyone knows where they were when that happened, if they were alive and old enough at that time. So what happens after that?
So, yeah, that was the first one. So again, all of America was just like, okay, plane, there was an accident, And as it was on, we saw the second plane hit. So we actually saw the second one hit. And that's when it became like, we don't think this is an accident, because two planes hitting the same area, especially when they weren't even, going in the same direction. That's when it was more or less, this is not what we thought it was. And if I remember correctly, we actually was dismissed from school early that day, which obviously for good reason. And then later we learned about the one hitting the Pentagon, and I think it was like the next day, we actually learned about the one that went down in the field. And I didn't even really know how that one went about until the movie came out.
Right.
About that one, how the passengers were actually the ones who brought that plane down. Because if I remember correctly, that plane was actually heading toward the White House. So, yeah, that was a very interesting day for an 11-year-old.
Right. And I remember as an adult that day was really difficult. I can't imagine how that must have felt as an 11-year-old. So, all the things that happened afterwards, how did all this affect you and school and your life?
Okay. So, I knew I was going to join the Army. Mm-hmm. Like I said, my mom was Army. She was my role model. That's what I looked up to. I was going to go do food service in the Army just like her. That's what I was going to do. Well, after that day, when I learned exactly what a terrorist attack actually was, we probably heard it, but we didn't really know what until we saw it. And so once I learned and put everything together, that's when it was, yep, I am joining the military for sure. That sealed the deal right there. And that's, I like I said, I was planning for, it's like, yep, I'm going to the Army. Nothing's going to stop me now. God willing. So shortly later, I want to say it's 2012. It's either 2012 or 2013. I can't remember the exact year. But I was helping my mom cook. And she was making neck bones in the pressure cooker. Mm-hmm. And she told me to go and, check on them because they should be done by now. So I said, okay, cool. So I went because I knew you're supposed to, let the steam out and everything.
Right.
And so, I let the steam out. And then I went to open it and it exploded. So all the contents from the inside came to the outside, with some pressure.
Right. And heat, right?
And a lot of heat.
Yeah.
And it landed on me. And I don't remember this, but my mom says I did. I guess I screamed. And all I remember opening it, and I remember like backing into, because like our kitchen, like our laundry room, that was the way out to the garage, was kind of, and our pantry was like all right there, and I kind of like backed over by the garage door, and my mom, I guess, rushed out. Obviously, I didn't see her because I didn't have from her room, and she was calling for me. And I'm like, I'm right here. She's like, where? And in the laundry room. And then she came, and mind you, I didn't have a shirt on at the time. So she looked at me and she said, we need to go to the hospital. I said, for what? She said, we need to go to the hospital. I said, okay.
So you were still in shock.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, at the time, no, I wasn't. But obviously, with what I know today, yeah, sure was.
Something was going on.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we get to the hospital. Everything's good. And it wasn't until, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes, an hour after the incident is when the pain actually kicked in.
Mm-hmm.
And so the doctor came in, they did their thing. Told my mom I had first, second, and third degree burns on my face and my chest. When I tell people this story, I like to joke and say, no one can ever tell me that I'm not an American. They're like, why? Because from that accident, I had the outline of the United States on my chest.
Wow.
Yeah. So you can clearly see the outline of the United States. And
you can. I see it.
and that's exactly what I was like, oh man, I wish someone would tell me I'm not an American. So they bandaged me up and everything. My whole face was wrapped up. And they had my chest wrapped up. And so we went home. It was late when we got home. Went to bed, whatever. I got up the next morning and I got dressed and everything and came out my room, and my mom said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm about to go to school." She said, "No, you're not. Mind you, I've never, and when I say never, I mean never missed school because I was sick or anything, ever. I've always went to school, perfect attendance." She said, "No, you're not." I was like, "Yes, I am." She's like, "Do you not see yourself?" I was like, "I'm fine. So what? I gotta go get my education." Mind you, the real reason why is because I wanted to, go to school to be with my friends.
Right. That's why we all went to school at that time.
So, that's why I really wanted to go to school.
Yeah.
So, I didn't go to school. I think it was like for a couple of days I didn't go to school. And then when I finally did go back, everyone was like, "Oh, what happened?" I'm just told the story. So I actually that Sunday went to church, and my pastor, he talked to me after service, and we were in a little chat. We were talking for a bit. We the burns got brought up, and then the 9/11 got brought up. And he said, "What are you planning on doing?" I was like, "Well, I'm gonna go to the military. I'm gonna go to I said army because that's all I knew."
Right.
Anytime I heard military, my mind said army. That's all I knew. So I'm gonna go to army. And he said, "I'm ready." I said, "I'm ready to go now." He said, "Slow down." I say, "What? Like, I know what they did to us. I'm ready to go." And he's like, "No, relax, calm down, slow down, stay a child, enjoy your youth."
Right. All
those things that I didn't want to do. Like my entire life was a race, I guess, to be a grown-up, if you will. As far as I can remember, I remember me being told that I think I was like 3, maybe 4. I drove my grandma's car, and I know that there was a few times where I drove my mom's van, and it's like everything growing up was always about it's time to get on to the next thing. It was like a race to get to the next, and my oldest daughter is kind of like that too. And I tell her from my experience that, hey, stay a kid.
Yeah.
I wish I would listen to my mom.
Right.
And did exactly that and enjoyed my childhood. But I think part of the reason was it's because, I was the oldest. I was the most independent out of the 4 of us. And it's like all the responsibilities put on me, especially as I got older and older. So it was like, might as well be a grown up, right? I'm the one. I'm not gonna say I'm taking care of my siblings, but I'm the one making sure that they're still alive when mom gets home. Not that I really cared if they were, because they
Right.
don't care with that, whatever.
At that age, yeah, it's a whole
No one
different thing.
cares.
So 9/11 happens, and you were 11 years old, and then you had these severe burns from this incident with the pressure cooker, and so you're plugging along like, I'm going to join the army. I'm going to join the army. And so what was? Let's talk a little bit about high school then. What was high school like, and how'd you get through that?
So high school was fun. I started out because, like I said, I was going to join the army. So Killeen High School, where I started high school, had the JROTC program. And so I started that 9th grade, and I did it also 10th grade. And I was in the marching band as well at Killeen.
Still playing the trombone?
Yep, still playing that trombone. Because it was smaller than the trumpet.
There you go.
So I had fun. Marching band was really fun. I really enjoyed it. What I loved about it, in Texas anyway, was every football game we were there.
Right.
Away or home, we were there. So that was fun to be able to travel to places. And my sophomore year, we had a band trip. First, before the band trip, there was actually an incident that happened with me and one of the band directors. So during the game, the brass, because, the brasses do what we do, like the drum line does what they do, we played a song that we've been practicing, to get the fans and, students and everybody, hyped up and, cheering on our team. And apparently the director did not like that. And my guess is he didn't like it because it wasn't his idea.
Right.
At least that's what was in my brain. So he was getting on us about it, like yelling at us, like, there's no reason y'all should have did that, blah, 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 blah. And I asked him, I was like, why are you tripping? That's what I said to him. Why are you tripping? And then he started going in at me, and I walked away. I was like, oh, no. And I left. I walked into the band hall, and I started putting my stuff away. And then next thing I know, a officer comes to, he has me against the wall, and he's starting to cuff me. I'm like, what are you doing? And then my friends in the band are like, let him go. Like, what are you doing? For what? And then because he was campus police, so we went to the campus office until my mom got there, and he told her what he saw, which was, he said that when I was going for my case, so I can put my trumpet in it, I threw a chair out of the way, and the chair hit a student, so he was charging me with assault with a deadly weapon. So, mind you, I got in trouble when I got home.
Right.
We had a court date. I told my mom, I was like, I did not throw a chair. And I got people here at school that's saying I did not throw a chair. They said if anyone threw a chair, it would have been that cop when he was trying to get to me. Mm-hmm. And that's literally what every student that was there that witnessed it said. And they even wrote, their own little thing so we can take it to court for the judge, Right. So we did the, the preliminary hearing or whatever.
Yeah.
And so what came from that one was the judge actually said that that charge was going to be thrown out the window as long as for the remainder of the year I stay out of trouble. Mm-hmm. Then that will never ever be seen. Like it would be never ever happened, not
right.
expunged or anything, but it just never happened.
Right.
And I was like, I can do that because this is the first time I've ever been involved with the law.
Yeah.
So I can definitely do that. So also because of that incident, I was told I couldn't be in the band the following year. So the head band director said that you're not going to be a part of the band next year. I was like, wow, okay. So now, fast forward, the band trip, we were going to go to Slitterbomb.
Mm-hmm.
That was the band trip. Mom paid for it and everything. And the way I tell the story is that my mom said that I was bad. I don't think I was bad. And so the trip was coming up, and she said, if you are not gonna, fix your behavior or whatever, you're not gonna go on the trip. The trip was paid for already, and if something is paid for, at least in the past, something is paid for, it's gonna happen, right?
Right.
Because you're gonna lose them because you can't get a refund.
Right.
You're not gonna lose out on that money. So I was like, okay, whatever. I'm still gonna go on the trip no matter what happens because you already paid for it. You're not gonna be out on, no $300. So the trip came and the trip went, and I did not go to the trip. She was serious.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that year, because again, like she said, I was bad. She sent me to stay with my dad. Mm-hmm. So in 2006. Summer of 06, I came to Muskegon and to stay with my dad. He was actually in Grand Rapids at the time. And so I was in Muskegon with my grandma, and I asked my grandma to, since he was in Grand Rapids, to go ahead and, get me enrolled into Muskegon High School. Mm-hmm. So, we went up to the school to get enrolled and everything. And I can admit this now, regardless if he hears this or not, but I purposely did that because I did not want to go to Grand Rapids.
Right.
I did not want to start a new school with people I did not know, start all over my junior year.
Oh, yeah.
At least I figured I probably would know some people from elementary school,
Yeah.
that would be at the high school. So why not do that when I know people?
Right.
So that's why I did it. And I figured by doing that, he wouldn't be like, oh yeah, no, we're pulling you and you're still in my head,
right.
16 years old. That's
right.
what I'm thinking.
Because you know everything when you're 16.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got you.
So that's what I did. And then I told her that I was like, I'm going to go try to find the band hall and see if the, the band director's in there so I can, try to join, the marching band.
Right.
And so I find the band hall finally, like way on the other side of the school, and go up there, and I start seeing students and everything. I was like, yeah, I'm looking for the band director. They're like, oh, no, the office is right over there. And so when I get in there, I find the director, and I was like, hi, my name is Terrence. I just got enrolled into the school. I'm coming from Texas, and my grandma and I wanted, me to come and figure out what I needed to do so I can, join the band since I was in the marching band in Texas. Mm-hmm. And they said, do you have what instrument do you play? I said, I play trumpet. And do you have it with you? I said, it's at my grandma's house, and that's literally like not even 5 minutes, and that's me sprinting there and back.
Right.
I was like, okay, well, go get it, and we'll get, things set up here for you to, do your, tryout. So I did that. And mind you, being in the band, I was like, I enjoyed doing it, but I didn't think I was really good. Mm-hmm. I was like, yeah, I'm just, GP. I'm not one of those that's gonna, go off and be a star,
Right.
And so, I went, got my trumpet and everything. I came back, and so I had to do the tryout pieces that everyone had to do. I did that, but the difference between them and me is I had to sight read it. Mm-hmm. Because, they got to practice it, and I had to do it right then and there.
Oh, yeah.
So, I played it and everything, and the director said, the head director said, she said, well, you did really good, and I just want you to know that we're actually leaving on Sunday to go to band camp. And I think this was like Thursday or Friday.
Right.
And they said, we'll waive for right now. You won't have to worry about, paying to go. We'll, take care of that later on during the year. But yeah, you're part of it. Welcome to the Big Red Marching Band. I was like, oh, cool. Yeah. Big Red Marching Band. Okay. Not knowing nothing about the Big Red Marching Band.
Yeah.
later I learned, well, the Big Red Marching Band was the second best band in the state next to Petoskey. Our rivals, like, for real.
Yeah.
Can't stand Petoskey. Every competition we went to, always second to them. Always. We've never beat them. I mean, okay, they were pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll give it to them. But so what?
Right? You still don't have to like them.
Yeah, so that's when I learned that you must be pretty good if you're able to, get into one of the best bands in the entire state of Michigan, just from sight reading.
Right.
And that's when, okay, and I was like, oh yeah, cool. So now we're in my junior year. Then we move on to my senior year. Well, my junior year. So now we get to go back. In the that day when I tried out and everything, I actually saw one of my friends from 3rd and 5th grade, Desiree. She was actually the drum major. She was one of the drum majors. And when I saw her, I was like, I know you. She's like, yes, you do. We went to school together. I was like, I know. And I was like, well, I'm back for another year of school. So my mom sent me to stay, for 1 year with my dad.
Right.
So now dad knows all this stuff after all of this happened. And he's like, well, now I got to move to Muskegon because I was planning on you to come here. I was like, because, again, I didn't want to go there.
Right. So it worked out.
So it worked out for me. So my junior year, I didn't have any classes with her. But I came across my long-lost crush.
Right.
Jaleesa. So I gave my shot. I gave it a shot several times. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
It didn't work out. So she's obviously not my wife.
That's true. Okay. But, yeah, I mean, at least you gave it a try, right?
I did. It's not like she never knew.
Right.
But, I mean, to this day, we are really good friends.
Well, that's good.
Like, that is my oldest friend.
Right.
Like I said, we started preschool together.
Yeah.
So her and I have not known anyone as long as I've known her. That isn't family. So, senior year. Back to junior year. I joined JROTC in Muskegon. It was actually their second year of the program.
Okay.
So the instructor, because he knew that I came from Texas. I did the program there for 2 years. He's like, so you have experience with the project? Yes, sir, I do. He's like, okay, well, I want you to, help us, to build our program up, like it was in Texas. It's like, sure, yeah, let's do that. So, I like I said, I was in the program. I did that for 2 years, so my junior, senior year. One of the things I love doing, which I don't know how it worked both years. My junior year, Christmas break came, and I said before Christmas break, I said, all right, guys, I got to go back to Texas. So this is it. I did go back to Texas for Christmas.
Oh, right.
But in their brains, I wasn't coming back.
Of course.
So when I came back, they're like, I thought you said you're going to Texas. I mean, I did go to Texas for Christmas. Well, we didn't think you were going to come back. Well, that's not my fault.
Right.
I mean, that was my intention, obviously.
Right,
but
right.
That was not my fault you didn't think I was coming back. I never told you I wasn't going to come back. I just said I'm going to Texas. So I did the same thing my senior year. It was even better my senior year because so at the time I was going out with my wife's best friend.
Okay.
And so I was like, yeah, so this is it, because she really liked me. I was like, yep, this is it. I'm gonna going back to Texas. So, and then they were both of them were, like, oh my God, we're never gonna see him again, and it was just a whole big thing.
Yeah.
And then I came back because that was their freshman year, and they were in the band as well. So, yeah, so they were in the band as well, and so they were like, yeah, we're never gonna see him again, and then I came back. It was like, I thought you said you weren't coming back. I said, I never said that. I don't know how this worked again. I did the same thing last year, and you guys believed me again. So yeah, and then right before Christmas, about October, September of 07, the Big Reds made it to state. Mm-hmm. The band. So Muskegon, we only played home games. We didn't do away games, which I was bummed about.
Right.
Seriously? In Texas, we went to all the games. What? I mean, they didn't know no different because that's what they do.
That's how they do it here. Yeah.
So I was just all bummed up. I'm like, man, I want to go to there. I want to go there. I want something to do on the weekend. Friday nights. So we actually did get to go to state, and we played at Ford Field. So we got to actually march on Ford Field. That was fun.
Oh, yeah, that's really cool.
And we won our title that year. And then in about October-ish, like I said, I was in JRTC. They had a Marine Corps recruiter come in to, do their thing. I didn't know what he was, who he was, anything like that,
Right.
He said he was with the Marines. I was like, okay, whatever. I'm not interested, So I'm like ignoring him, not even paying him no attention. And I promise you when I tell you this that when I say I didn't hear anything he said other than martial arts, and if you have any questions, I'll be over here for a few minutes and I can, talk with you. That's all I heard him say.
Right.
The entire presentation. That was it. So I went over and talked with him and everything. I was like, hey, so I heard you say you guys offer martial arts. And he's like, yeah, we sure do. And it's like, so everyone has the opportunity to do it. He's like, yes, every Marine, yep. And I was like, oh, okay. So how much does that cost? He kind of snickered. It's like, nothing. It's free. Like, every Marine, has to do it type.
Part of your job? We're paying you to do it?
It's like, really? Like, yeah, sure. And I was like, oh, man, I'm so interested now.
Right.
And told my instructor, I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to go do the Marines. He's like, whoa. Army, by the way.
Right. Oh, yeah.
He's like, whoa. I said, yep. I set a meeting up with them. We're going to, meet here at the school. He's like, okay, I want to be there. And mind you, I did get pretty close to the instructor with my religion and everything because he was religious. We actually had a whole thing going on, kind of like a little choir. I played, my trumpet with it, from members of the JRTC program. So that we always like every other day or something like that, a couple times a week.
Yeah.
We stay after school and do something there at the school. So he's like, I want to make sure that, you're not going to lie to you or whatever.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
Like, okay. So, we did everything, I asked all my questions. He answered all my questions. And at the end, he said, here's my card. I'm going to schedule a time so I can, talk with your parents and everything. I said, okay, that's fine. And then when he left, my instructor was like, he was legit.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I didn't serve in the Marines, but just what I know about the military, I didn't hear anything that was off base at all. So I think he might be a good one for you. I said, okay, cool, yes. So Sir King, he became my recruiter. He came, sat down with my dad. My dad's like, you sure you want to do this? I said, yes, Dad, I want to do this. He's like, why not go check out the Air Force? I said, okay. Freaking Air Force. Because that's what my mom wanted me to do the same thing. So
right.
Okay. He said, talk to your uncle. Because my uncle his brother was in the Air Force. So I was like, I'll talk to him. Okay, yeah, cool. I'll go talk with Air Force recruiter. Okay, fine. So I tried to go talk to the Air Force recruiter. I could not find an Air Force recruiter.
Mm-hmm.
I called their office. I left several messages. I left my phone number. I went to the office.
Right.
They were never there. So I was like, okay, well, I guess we're not doing that one. My mom did not want me to do Army.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, I can't do Army. I'm not doing Navy because, yeah, I'm not going to try swimming. No, thank you. And obviously Air Force ain't nowhere, so I guess it's going to be the Marines. And my mom's like, well, if that's the route you're going to go, well, then I guess when you turn 18, then you can go sign because you won't need my permission at that point.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. Because, I'm dead set on this.
Yeah.
Like, my mind is made up.
This is what you're going to do. Yeah.
And it's about, toward the end of October, early November. End of October. I called my mom up and I was like, Mom, you keep telling me that, you're not going to sign off for me to, to join the Marines, while I'm 17. She's like, yeah, that's correct. I'm not. And I was like, so here's the problem. I distinctly remember you telling me, which I'm sure as soon as I said the word, she probably regretted telling me it.
Right.
Thinking, oh, yeah, that's probably something he's just going to forget later down the road. I was like, yeah, Ma, you told me, you said to me that you will support anything that we do, whether you agreed with it or not. Well, right now, Ma, you are not supporting me. You disagree, but you're not supporting.
Right.
She said, you're right. Okay. Well, let's get the recruiter on the phone and let's figure out what I need to do so I can, sign the papers for you too. Because obviously both my parents had to do it.
Right.
So we got that done. Recruiter sent everything to Texas. The recruiter office in Killeen. She went, signed everything. He sent everything back. Went, came to Lansing, to MAPS, did everything. Did ASVAB night before, passed, and next day, the physical and everything, the fun duck walk.
All the good stuff that happens at MAPS. All the fun stuff. Oh, yes, I remember.
So then I enlisted November 6th of 2017 is when I swore in to the Marine Corps. That's when I started the delayed entry program. Mm-hmm. We had, from then until I left for basic, every week we had training to, get us prepared. So we kind of knew what we were going to be getting ourselves into.
Right.
And everything. So March timeframe, the month of my birthday, I learned that my now wife had a thing for me. So the only reason I learned this is because apparently she was raving about me to her mom.
Uh-huh.
And her mom's like, well, why don't you just invite him over? You can make him something for his birthday. She's like, but he doesn't eat cake or anything. Mm-hmm. She's like, I mean, you can still make him something. If he doesn't eat it, he doesn't eat it. But you can still invite him over and everything. And so I got invited over. And that's kind of how things started. We're still friends, but that's how things started.
Right.
And then come May, right before graduation, I said to her, I was like, we've been hanging out a lot. I think we should just start dating. She's like, no. I was like, oh, no? Why not? She said, well, you're going into the military. I don't want to live that life. And she's basing all of that off of her mom's experience because her mom dated someone who was in the, I think, Air Force.
Okay.
And he was like a drunk and he just wasn't really good to her.
Right.
So that's what she was expecting from me, I guess.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's all right. All right, I respect that. And so I got home that night and she called me. She's like, okay. This has just been lingering on me. Yes, I want to go out with you. I was like, okay. I really don't want to live the military life. okay, you've expressed that to me already. Where's this going? She said, well, here's the thing. We can start dating, okay? I said, okay. But when you leave for basic, we have to break up. Easy, done. I can deal with that. That was in 2008.
Mm-hmm.
It is 2023, about to be 24. I'm still waiting on her to break up with me.
Yeah.
I don't
That just
know.
never happened, huh?
I don't think she understands the breakup part.
Right.
It hasn't happened yet, you know?
You bring that up on your anniversary, do you?
I bring it up all the time. Any
Oh,
chance
I'll
I
bet.
get, I bring it up.
I'll bet.
I was like, so when are you breaking up with me? I mean, I'm still waiting. You know, I figured, while I was at basic, I was going to get a letter.
Yeah.
But I never received anything. I just kept getting, how's everything going? Words of encouragement from you and, pictures, like your senior pictures and things like that. That's what I kept getting from you. Okay, not her senior pictures, but,
Right.
like photographs or whatever.
Yeah.
And that, just never came. And it still hasn't. She's like, yeah. So, okay. So I'm still waiting.
I'll bet.
I haven't given up on that.
I'll bet. So you make it through your senior year and you graduate. When did you actually go to basic training?
I went to basic August 11th.
So shortly after graduation.
Shortly after graduation. So I spent the summer, right before graduation, because my dad was moving back to Grand Rapids. And I was like, well, I'm not going back to Grand Rapids my senior year. That's not happening.
Right.
He's like, well, I mean, I guess you got to find some place to stay then if you're going to stay here. I was like, yeah, I'm going to stay here. Like, I'm already done pretty much,
Yeah.
Just got a few more months left and boom. What's the point in doing 3-4 months in new school? That doesn't make sense. So, I was at Chelsea's house, one day and I kind of brought that up. Like, yeah, my dad's moving back and I'm not going to go out. I mean, it's my senior year, but I don't really have anywhere to go at the moment. And she said, Bobby, my mother-in-law, she said, well, I mean, if you want, you can come live here. I mean, I already got a house full of kids.
Mm-hmm.
So, because she had guardianship, like I said before, of her brother after, no, I don't think I did say that. So she ended up getting a guardianship of her brother after their mom passed.
Mm-hmm.
So he was living there. Then she had her 2 kids. And then her son's girlfriend was also there too. So she's like, I mean, just come on. The more the merrier.
Right.
And so, she told my dad, so that, yeah, Bobby says that, I can go and stay with them until I leave for basic training. And he said, okay, cool. And so that's what I did. So graduated, everything, great time, great milestone. Then enjoyed the summer with them, and then left for basic.
Mm-hmm.
I did my 13 weeks of hell in San Diego. Great time. If you haven't been.
Well, that's where I did my basic training, on the other side of that fence. So definitely, if you're going to go, you might as well go to San Diego. That's what I always say. But
Exactly.
Marine Corps boot camp, not much fun. So you, so you go, boot camp's everything you dreamed it would be, I'm assuming.
Everything, and then the best thing about it was the one thing that I said I was not going to join the Navy for, I had to do it in the Marines.
Right.
And see, when I tell people that, it's like, really? You didn't know you would have to, I mean, the name is Marines. I mean, yeah, Marines, like, that doesn't say nothing. It's like, I mean, come on now. I was like, okay, that's not Navy. Like, I knew I was going to have to swim in the Navy, not the Marines.
Right. Well, no one...
Again, I didn't know it was Department of the Navy.
I was going to say, no one told you that your ID card would say Department of the Navy,
no
did
one
they?
said, it was, yeah, you're Department of the Navy. No, I did not know that. No, not until after the fact.
Right. So how did the swimming go? Obviously, you survived.
So, yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
So I did have an incident where I did almost I drowned.
Mm-hmm.
I was saved. Don't know how I was saved, but I was saved. I still have. I've always had trouble with swim qual every year. Because I mean, don't get me wrong, I can swim. It was the fact of when my feet couldn't touch. So if I got tired, I can just stand up, right?
Right.
Well, if I'm in an area where my feet can't touch, well, I'm just gonna go down.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Yeah.
I could not tread water or anything. I mean, every year they taught me the same stuff.
Right.
To get me through. Every year. But for whatever reason, my brain just could not keep it up there. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And after getting out, I learned some of the reasons as to why that might be, you know, from that experience.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that I had PTSD thanks to that experience. So, yep, I did that. Actually, it was even worse than what it could have been. Or, my bad, it was worse than what it would have been because I actually had bronchitis.
Okay.
So the week of swim call week, I had bronchitis. So I was on bed rest.
Mm-hmm.
And Thursday, the drill instructor said, tomorrow is qual day. Whoever doesn't, they're getting dropped. Okay. What I know today, that would not have happened because I was sick. I had no choice.
Right, yeah.
But me at the time was like, oh no, I've already made it too far. No, not happening. So that next day, I was there to, you know, do swim call.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I have bronchitis. Well, thanks to me doing that, and I was in the pool for about, 3 hours, so they can pass me, because that's what they're there for, is to pass you. They don't want you to fail.
Right.
So, shortly later, because of that, I got pneumonia.
Mm-hmm.
So, that was fun. and like I said before, I was never, ever sick. Ever.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I actually was sick. And that's when So, did that, moved on, did rifle. So we went to Pendleton for the range.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun. First time actually shooting. That's the first time shooting anything other than an air rifle in JROTC. So that happened. So then, get team going. Then last week, second to last week, we, Crucible. So went back to Pendleton to do, to tackle, the Reaper.
Right. So for people who don't know, the Crucible is basically is it a 48-hour field training exercise?
Yeah, it's pretty much the 48 hours of everything that we taught you for you to do. So basic was not really difficult for me, but it was. Why it wasn't difficult? Because, I was physically fit.
Right.
The yelling didn't really matter because, I grew up with, women yelling at me all the time. If I did the wrong thing, if I didn't do the right thing,
Oh, yeah.
I was yelled at. So the drill instructor was trying to yell at me. That did not get under my skin. That didn't bother me, whatever. Nothing. What made it difficult is because growing up, again, I was independent.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to do everything because, you're not doing it fast enough. I'm just going to freaking do it myself,
Right. You want to do it your way.
Well, for those of you that don't know the Crucible is impossible to do by yourself. That's the whole point of it.
Right. To work as a team.
And that's where I, had to, my drill instructor had to help me realize, I get it. I see it. Mm-hmm. You want to do this on your own. But to be a Marine, that's not possible. I know you've seen, it's kind of funny now that I think about it. It's like, I know before you, came in, you probably saw those commercials, the Army of One. Well, guess what? The Marines is not that.
Right.
It's not just one. We always have somebody with us, always. Mm-hmm. We're never going to be alone, ever. And if you are, that means everything is bad.
Yeah, something's gone wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So because during Crucible, that was like the time where they were more of mentors than drill instructor. Mm-hmm. So it was less yelling at us and more trying to guide us. You know.
Well, you've gotten this far. They want you to succeed.
Now they're like, okay, you're almost a Marine like me, Because, again, for those that don't know, just because you join the Marines does not make you a Marine.
Right.
You have to make it through the crucible to earn the title. Because again, with the Marines, you earn everything. When I say everything, you earn everything. Mm-hmm. They were not kidding. Earned, never given.
No joke.
They were not kidding about that. That title really is true.
Yeah.
11 and a half years, everything I got was earned. So after that, I got myself together. So, okay, suck it up. If you're going to become a Marine like you said you're going to do, you just take the advice that the, Joint just gave you, and you move forward. So that's what I did. And we did it. We made it through. It was, looking back at it, it was fun. I won't do it again.
Right. Boot camp is one of those things where, yep, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I made it, but I'm glad I don't have to do it again.
I wouldn't mind trying the other services boot camp, but I did the Marines already. I did that 13 weeks. I'm good.
Right, you're done.
So after, that field exercise, the very last thing we have to do before we can earn that title is in San Diego. The Hollywood Marines, as we're called. Mm-hmm. We have to climb the Reaper. Well, if you don't know what the Reaper is, the Reaper is this giant mountain at Camp Pendleton. And it is nothing like what you think it is until you get to it. Oh, my bad. Until you start it.
Uh-huh.
So, we had to get up at I think it was 4 in the morning. Got our stuff together, got our packs on, get ready for this hike. So, we get there, we're hiking along. This ain't bad, this ain't bad at all. I thought they said, I'm gonna... And then we got there. At the bottom. We were stopped. The company commander, gave a speech and everything. It's like, hey, this is it. After this, you're Marines. Yes, let's do it. And so, again, we had to get up at 4 a.m. Sun ain't up.
Right.
So you can't really see nothing. So the vehicle, the safety vehicle, the light, for as far up it could go, before we started climbing. It's like, okay, I think I see the top. I don't look that bad. And as we're going, the vehicle, oh, yeah, it's right there. Oh, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Then we get there. And because, we're separated by platoons, and I'm 2107, so there's 6 platoons ahead of me. And, we have, little lights on us, so, drill instructors find us, things like that. And, they're going where everyone's going up, whatever. But then I see lights going like that.
Right.
I'm like, they look like they're going up, not just over. So then we get up and we start going. It's like, oh my gosh, that wasn't it? And it was just several shelves just like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, this thing never ends. And then we finally made it to the top. And then we sat there, changed our socks, drank water, same thing that, the only thing we didn't have was the Motrin. So, because the running joke for Marines from corpsmen is, anything wrong with us, no matter what it is. Oh, you lost your arm. You know what? Here's the Motrin, change your socks, drink water, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's the running joke.
That's the standard answer. It's a standard answer.
Joke. No matter what's wrong with you, Motrin, change your socks, and some water is gonna fix the problem.
That's right.
So yeah, we're up there. Have our break. They gave us a little snack or whatever, and then now it's all downhill. Yay! And then we make it to the parade deck, and we drop our packs, by platoons, and set them nice and uniform because that's what we Marines do.
Right.
And we get in our platoons and set up and everything, and then that's when all the heartfelt stuff started happening. So they played the one song that what is it? Why can't I think of it? something about being an American. Why can't I think
Proud to be an American?
Proud to be American. Thank you. So that was the song I was playing.
Yeah.
And to this day, every time I hear that song, I kind of get choked up because of this reason. So now it's the EGA ceremony. So this is where, again, for those that don't know, the EGA ceremony is when you officially become a Marine. So after you've completed that, the crucible, the final thing of the Reaper, you get to the parade deck. Now the ceremony begins. They play the song. Your drill instructors come through and present you with your Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. And that's when they say, congratulations, Marine. And that's the first time, you're called a Marine. And so every time I hear the song, that's the moment I think of, is when I became a Marine.
Right.
Probably now the second proudest moment of my life. I was like, what was the first? When my oldest was born.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what about your wife? What about her? I'm still waiting for her to break up with me.
Yeah, she's going to break up with you anyway, so yeah, right.
Doesn't matter. She's going to break up with me anyway, so we're good.
Yeah.
So then, we got a feast, which, they had steak, eggs, all the stuff you never got while you were actually in basic,
Right.
All the good stuff. Like, man, where was this all when we were, stuff you don't really get because you don't rate it. So then I did, finished, graduated. Chelsea came. Her mom came. My good friend from Texas and her mom came. My mom came. My aunt came for the graduation and everything. We spent the weekend before going back. Before we came back to Michigan for my 10 days of boot leave, and then went back to Pendleton for Marine combat training. So what Marine combat training? The difference between the Marine Corps and all the other services is when you're done with basic, you don't just go off to your job school unless you're infantry, like all the other services do. So you do basic, you get your time off, and then you go off to, your whatever job you're going to be doing.
Right.
You start training that. Well, because of the title Marines have is every Marine is a rifleman, meaning we all have the basic knowledge of what the infantry guys do.
Right.
Every single Marine, no matter what your job is in the Marine Corps. So that's what Marine combat training is to give us the basic infantryman training. And that is 29 days long. So I was in San Diego for, Pendleton for that. And that was some good training. We climbed a worse mountain than the Reaper. The Reaper was like nothing compared to this one. I would have rather done the Reaper again than the one we had to do there.
Right.
But, now we're Marines, so we can do anything now, right?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And it was like, oh, yeah, okay, but I don't want to do it. So then after that, I went to Mississippi for my actual job training now. So aviation supply. And that's what I ended up getting. I was there for a little while because I got there during the holiday season.
Right.
So school wasn't going yet, until after Christmas. Well, after the New Year,
right.
to be honest.
Right.
So what I did was I called my recruiter, say, hey, Sergeant King, can I get recruiter's assistance?
Right.
Because I didn't have enough leave days for
right.
break,
Be like
right?
a hometown recruiter.
Yes. So I was like, hey, can I, come back for, recruiter's assistance so I can, be home for the holidays instead of stuck here, because I don't have enough leave to be able to come there because I just joined the Marine Corps,
Right.
I haven't accumulated enough leave yet. He's like, yeah, of course. And so the thing with Sergeant King was so he had one thing for me to do. He said, I want you to go out and you need to at least get 3. As soon as you get 3 names and numbers and you bring them to me, you're done for the day. So until you do that, you're going to be here with me for the day.
Right.
So the second the second I get your 3rd one, you can go home. So, of course, I want to go home. So I try to work my butt off. hey guy, yo, let me get your phone number and the number. I just need to give it to my recruiter. You ain't got to answer for all I care. I just need to give it to him.
Right.
You know, had to get a new number every, three new numbers all the time. Didn't bring the same ones, right?
Right.
So sometimes it didn't work out that way. Like, hey, but no. Then I really had to go to like the mall and things and try to, hey, can I get your name and phone number for my recruiter, please? I just want to go spend time with my family. But regardless, it was a good time. And then went back to Mississippi, Meridian, Mississippi. Did my training. Good time. And I learned about the duty stations. And it's like, yeah, duty stations. So you have the opportunity to go to Japan, California, and North South Carolina. And so, they listed like the obvious bases.
Yeah.
And I was like, Japan, yes. So after we learned about the duty station and everything, I called my wife, girlfriend. I said, hey, Chelsea, so one of the duty stations I can go to is Japan. I think I'm going to do it. She's like, no, don't do that. It's like, why not? She's like, because you're going to be in a whole nother country.
I'll break up with you.
I said, I'm not coming back to Michigan. We don't have any bases.
Right.
So, I'm either going to be in North South Carolina or California or Arizona. She said, okay. Mind you, I had already put this stuff down. So I already put where my top 3 were.
Right. You already put pen to paper on this.
Yes. I was just like, hey, I want to go.
Right. Well, you got to go where they tell you to go too, right?
So, then before we found out where we were going and everything, for Valentine's Day, her mom and dad came to hang out with me and everything, and we went out to dinner and everything at Olive Garden. And I knew we were going to Olive Garden and everything, and I've been planning for the longest time to propose to Chelsea. And so I told them, hey, let's go to Olive Garden and everything. It's like, yeah, sure, we like Olive Garden. Cool, yeah. And so I called Olive Garden, I had everything planned out and everything already. And so we got there, and I was like, yeah, I'm the one. And it's like, okay. So then...
All right, so we're coming up on time. This time is flying.
Yes.
We're coming up on time. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Test 1 2, test 1 2. All right. So you have taken Chelsea and her family out to Olive Garden. You got everything all set up. You're ready to propose. So what happens?
All right. So there we are, sitting in the booth in Olive Garden. And, I'm sure like every other guy in the world that proposes is probably like nervous, just going to say no, even though it's probably not going to happen. But you still have that thought in your head, right?
Yeah.
So the guy from the front, he like looks in my direction, let me know that they're all set and, just ready for me whenever I'm ready. So she's so me and her dad, me and her dad are on one side and her mom on the other side. They're both in, and then her and I are on the outside of the booth, which was perfect. Like, I don't think I could have planned it even any better. Like, I did not plan that. Like, it just kind of failed that way.
Right.
So I go to get up, and they kind of like look at me like, where are you going? And then, I'll go down on the one knee, and then you have the people in the restaurant like saying, oh my God, So then, I asked, and of course, all three of them are like in shock. It's like, we did not see this coming. And obviously she said yes.
Uh-huh.
And the only negative thing that came from that night was you can hear some of the customers saying, what are they doing? They're so young. Like, why? And the crazy part about them is that we've actually had people within our life that we went to school with that's actually made comments about we weren't gonna last, and it was just gonna be a temporary thing, and it just wasn't gonna work.
Right.
Well, 16 years later, clearly it's still working.
Yeah, something worked, right?
I don't know how long they were giving us, but I doubt it was 16 years.
Yeah. So were you able to get married before you went overseas? How did that all work?
So she was still in high school.
Oh, okay.
So she was a sophomore in high school when I proposed, and before I left, so after graduation, which they came to graduation from MOS school, and so we got leave before we went to our duty station, and came back here to Michigan. And that's kind of when we started like planning when we were going to get married.
Okay.
So being that we knew I was going to be in Japan for 2 years, and that was I'd be coming back around the time that she would graduate from high school. Well, so we planned it for that year. So 2011, my grandma's birthday, so August 20th, 2011 is when we planned for the wedding.
Okay.
So from there, I went to Japan. One of the greatest experiences that I've had in my career. Within a month of being there, which some would say, how is that even possible? I actually was able to get on. So the Marine Corps has what they call the Single Marine Program.
Mm-hmm.
So the SMP. Their strong focus is to providing things for the single Marines to, be able to get outside of, their quarters instead of being cooped up and, go to work and then just come back to their room and that's where they stay.
Yeah.
So Japan had a lot to offer when it came to the SMP. So within a month of me getting there, I was able to jump on a trip to Tokyo. That was a week long, and it only cost under $200. And that was for the lodging and transportation. So the lodging is a military hotel that's in Tokyo.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be U.S. military to even be able to stay there, or a veteran. So that's where we stayed for lodging, which that's probably why it was so cheap for this trip.
Right.
And, there was 2 to a room, so it made it even cheaper, you're splitting the cost of one room. So while there, I went to Disneyland Tokyo. That was an experience. It was fun.
Uh-huh.
Just the different culture of how Disney was portrayed was an experience, something that I will forever remember. We went to enjoy the nightlife of Tokyo, which when I explain Tokyo, I say I would compare it to Vegas.
Okay.
How there's literally always something going on, it seems like, day or night. And that's exactly the way Tokyo was. Like, and the best part about Tokyo is you didn't have that language barrier, because a lot of people within the Tokyo area were foreigners. So they all, for the most part, spoke some English, which helped a lot. So you didn't have to try to be like, well, I want, this, and you're trying to explain it, and, But another great thing about being in Japan, at least the areas that I was in, a lot of the places I went to, the restaurants and things like that, they had pictures. So it was like easier to like, look, that looks good. I'm gonna have that.
That's great.
And so aside from Tokyo, I went there when I first got there. So I was there for about a week, went to Disneyland while there. I also went to, I experienced Universal Studios while I was in Japan. That was the first time I've been to Universal. What else did I do? Well, I frequented Hiroshima a lot. Like that's like long weekends. Me and my crew, that's where we went like all the time was Hiroshima. Mostly for the food. That's mostly why.
Oh, okay.
But while I was there, we did come across the, I guess you can call it memorial for where the A-bomb exploded over. And I guess the shock and awe of that site was the building that was standing there where the A-bomb blew up above is still there because, they do the little fixing upper on it to make sure, it doesn't fall over.
Right.
And, it's like a historical monument, if you will. And so that was pretty cool to see. I never made it to Nagasaki because that was like, I was like, I need to go there next. And went to Hiro. And two things that if I have to regret anything in life, two things that I regret not doing while I was in Japan was, one, riding the bullet train, and two, eating pufferfish. So, probably never going to have that opportunity ever again to eat pufferfish. I hear there is one location here in the States that, does it because of all the training and everything that goes into the chefs that are able to actually prepare it. Because for those that don't know, puffer fish is a very poisonous fish, and if it's not prepared properly, well, it can kill whomever's eating it.
Oh, you don't want to find that out on the back end of the meal, right?
Not. And what I found comical about the place that I knew served it, you had to sign a waiver to even eat the dish. So if the unlikely event, came about, you died from eating it, well, your family couldn't sue them for it because that was your risk that you took. So it's like, I guess that's one way to get over on them.
Right.
And maybe that's another reason, like in the back of my head, I was like, maybe I shouldn't do it.
Maybe it's not really a regret, right?
Maybe I should.
This might not be a great idea. So you spent 2 years in Japan then?
I was stationed there for 2 years.
Okay.
Again, when I first got there, like shortly after I got there, I got promoted to E3. And then just over a year later, I was promoted to E4. And then I left to go back to, not back, but the next place I wanted to go was California. So that's where I was like saying, hey, I want to go to California next. Because we had, for my MOS, we had several bases on the West Coast that were air stations because I was within the air wing as aviation supply. So I got Miramar, California. That was one of the greatest duty stations, aside from Japan, that I actually had. It was a small base. It's a small town, but because it's in the San Diego area, you still got so much to do.
Right.
And you don't have the same restrictions as you did overseas. So pretty much as soon as we were done working, we can do whatever we want. If we wanted to leave base, we didn't have to have permission or anything, as long as we were back at work the next work day on time. That was it.
Sounds like great duty.
Yeah. Whereas in Japan, we had what we call Liberty cards. And you had red and you had gold. Red, so when you first get there, you start with red unless you are a E6 or above. You start off with a red card. And then after a period of time, at least when I first got there, I should say, after a period of time, I think it's like 90 days, then you can apply to get your gold card. Well, when that time came for me, I applied for my gold card, which pretty much allowed me access on and off base, no limits, was pretty much like here in the States, you know.
Yeah.
I can leave and come whenever I please, as long as I'm back at work the next day. Whereas the red card, you had to be back on base, and your red card had to be given to the duty NCO by midnight. So if they didn't have it, your Liberty card by midnight, you went down in the logbook, and then your chain of command found out about it the next day, and then, you know,
It's never good.
We all know what happens.
That's never
those
good.
Of us that served anyway.
So you didn't have this problem at Miramar though.
Did not have that problem at Miramar. There was no such thing as a Liberty card, because that was like the first thing I inquired about was, you know, when do I get a Liberty card? Because what's that? Like some of the Marines that were never overseas, they're like, what is a Liberty card? I'm like, y'all don't have that here? I was like, no. Like, it's like, yeah, we use it to get on and off base. No, you leave base, as soon as you're done work, you come back, you know, by next work day. You don't even have to stay here in your quarters if you don't want to.
Right.
I was like, oh, okay. But, so, maybe about 9 months into my duty, me being in Japan, I had my gold card, but I had to give it up and go back to a red card because E3 and below were not allowed to have gold cards anymore.
Oh, okay.
The only E3 and below that were authorized gold cards are those who were married and lived off base. Those are the only ones who were authorized gold cards. So I had a gold card, and then I lost my gold card back to a red card. And what came about that is some what they call international incidences that happened in Okinawa. Mind you, I was in Iwakuni, which is mainland Japan.
Right.
So things that were happening in Okinawa was affecting everyone. And what makes it even worse is the fact that the individuals that were causing these incidences were E6s and above. But yet we were the ones being punished for it.
Right.
And we were not even the ones, you know, causing the problems, for the most part, I should say.
Yeah.
Like there was officers in Okinawa that were jumping from rooftop to rooftop, and one fell through the roof, and that was, I think, the straw that broke the camel's back. And that's when, you know, the CG was just like, all right, back to red cards for all E3 and below, and then E4, E5, you have to, you know, be in here for this amount of time before you can even get your gold card. And eventually I got my gold card back.
Right.
Like I said, I did get promoted. And so I had my gold card for the remainder of the time I was there.
Well, good.
But then going, when I deployed back there, kind of sucked, 'cause back to the red card thing. when I hadn't been there in many, many years. So now it's like, oh man, I'm limited to what I can do again. The only saving grace for us was the fact that we didn't spend a whole lot of time actually in Okinawa when we were deployed there.
So how long were you at Miramar?
I was at Miramar for a year.
Okay.
Almost, actually a year, exactly 1 year.
Okay.
So what happened with that? So shortly after I got back, Chelsea had graduated and she came out to visit, and she was going to be there for a few days. Mm-hmm. And then she's going to, come back to Michigan. So she came out, we got us a hotel room and everything. And for the weekend. And then she decided that she was going to stay a little longer. I was like, okay. And so, because I was living in the barracks, obviously we couldn't, stay in the barracks. Well, she couldn't anyway.
Right.
So a good buddy of mine who I worked with, he was married, and he said that we can, stay at their place because they have a spare bedroom. Mm-hmm. So that's what we did. And she said that she was going to stay until her birthday, which was June 20th, which she did. She actually stayed a little longer. And while she was there, and I was working the night crew, so I worked from, yes, it was night crew. So I worked from 4 to midnight. No, I worked mid crew. So I worked from midnight to 8. And so while she was there, during the day after I got off of work, we would, go and do stuff. And we talked about getting married while she was there. And I was like, well, why would we get married when we already have it all planned out and everything, here, and no one is here?
Right.
And she's like, well, because, she kind of already knew from us talking while I was in Japan how it was going to work out. Like, after we got married, the military's going to bring her out to wherever I'm at. And, so we'll get married, and then I'll go back to wherever I'm at, and then get all the paperwork filed. And then once that's all said and done, then I'll end up coming back for you because they'll pay for you to come out at that point. And so we got to talking about her getting married, or us getting married while she was there, to get a head start on that paperwork. Mm-hmm. Because she's like, well, if we got married, now, then you could file everything, and then after the wedding and the honeymoon, then all that would be left to do is move me out, because you would already have everything ready to go. And so that's what we decided. So we decided that June 22nd, we made an appointment to go down to the courthouse and get married in San Diego. And for those of you who have been to San Diego, we went to the courthouse, which was right across the street from the, why can't I think of, is it the Midland? I think it's the USS Midland. It's a museum. And it has the infamous picture of the sailor kissing the girl when he got back from, I think it was Vietnam.
Okay.
And it's right across the street from there. We went to that museum a lot, mostly because when we just wanted something to do, and we got in for free, being, military. So that's what we decided. So like I said, we planned for December 22nd. We made an appointment to go down. Our witnesses were going to be my buddy and his wife, since, we were already staying with them. And so without knowing the story, some would think that we got married for the wrong reason, or early for the wrong reason. So I can clear that up. Here's how it went down. So, like I said, we had already planned to get married June 22nd.
Right.
We had an appointment, everything ready to go. June 20th was her birthday. June 21st. It is about that time. No, I'm sleeping because, again, you know, I work, you know, in the middle of the night. So I was sleeping, and she comes to, you know, wake me up, and she's trying to show me something, and she's saying some stuff to me. And again, I'm in, you know, state of dream, so I don't know what's really going on right now. And when I wake up, so, you know, I get ready and everything, and I go to her and I was like, I just want to make sure I wasn't dreaming this.
Right.
But did you like wake me up and like try to show me something saying that like you were pregnant or something? And she had a big old grin on her face.
Oh boy.
And she said, yes, that's exactly what happened. I was like, for real? Like, that's not a dream? Like, that really happened? She's like, yes. I was like, oh, okay.
Which explains maybe why she wanted to get married before you had planned to get married.
Wrong.
Oh.
And that's why I said that's what most people would think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a logical conclusion,
again,
right?
We had already planned for June 22nd to go in and get married.
Right.
It was already on the books. June 21st is when we found out that she was pregnant. So this was days after we had, you know, planned this.
Uh-huh.
So then, like I said, June 22nd came, we got married, and then a few days later, she came back to Michigan. She got it confirmed that she was pregnant, and she, you know, she calls me excitedly. Her and her mama are, you know, well, she's on the phone, but her mom's, you know, nearby. And, you know, she's talking. She's like, yeah, so the doctor says, you know, I got pregnant on this day, and, you know, this, that. And she's talking, and I'm thinking, because I'm a logical thinker.
Right.
So I'm, like, thinking, and I'm doing math. And I said, wait, time out. Whoa. You said the doctor said you got pregnant on this date, right? She said, yes, that's what the doctor says. I said, okay, now I'm confused because that date, I was still in Japan. So how is that possible? Assuming this kid is mine. She starts laughing. I got livid, and I'm like, I don't see what's funny here.
Right.
Like, and so you can understand why this was going through my head. My dad actually kind of put that seed in my head. Mm-hmm. When we let everybody know that she was pregnant. You know, he's like, well, make sure that it's yours and everything because blah, 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 blah. And that's okay, Dad trying to, you know, he's trying to, you know, look out for me, I guess, whatever. And that's where that came from. Or else I probably would never even thought.
Yeah, you never would have done the math, right?
Had a thought of it, you know?
Right.
So that's where that stemmed from. So she's going on and on about this and laughing, and I'm just like, and then she just gives the phone over to her mom. Mm-hmm. And I can hear her mom like chuckling, and I was like, Bobby, I do not understand what's so, and yes, words were said. So finally going, and then she composed herself, and she's like, okay, T, I understand where your mind is, but the doctor goes off of the last date of her period. Mm-hmm. And that is where that date came from. It's like, oh. Well, she could have just said that instead of just laughing at me like I was supposed to know this. She's like, no, I understand. And I was like, well, that's dumb. How can you say that's when you got pregnant if it's really not when you got pregnant?
Right.
Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So again, that kind of like stuck in the back of my head for the longest time, up until Mackenzie was born.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like just lingering back there, and then Mackenzie was born. And the great thing out of all the things in my life that I will remember, and that is going to be one of the most memorable memories for me, because I actually delivered Mackenzie. So I was at work, and Chelsea called me at work, and she said, I think my water broke. I said, what do you mean you think your water broke? Because from my understanding, it's not like it's just a little bit of water or nothing like that.
Right.
Like,
it's like being kind of pregnant.
Like, how do you not, what does you think you water? I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
And, she's going on and on. I'm like, okay, how about this? How about you talk to my gunnery sergeant, because, she's had, like, several kids, and she's been through all of this, and I'm sure she'll understand more of what you're saying than I do. And so I handed her phone. I was like, Gunny, this is my wife. She says she thinks her water broke. I just need you to talk with her so we can figure this out. So she talks with her for a little bit. She says, go home and get your wife, take her to the hospital. I was like, okay. Enough said. So went home, got her, went to the hospital, down to Balboa, the Navy hospital in San Diego, and got in, and they did the test strip thing that, showed that there was fluid.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, yeah. The only thing is, which I guess is why she said she thought her water broke, is that it did not fully break. Which they ended up having to fully breaking the remainder of it.
Right.
But at that time that we went in, they said she was not ready. So we still ended up coming back home, and we still ended up making our way back there in the middle of the night anyway. So we get back there and everything, and they're pretty much, admitted her. They're like, yep, you're going to be here now until this baby comes. Like, okay. So I'm still in my uniform, still trying to get comfortable now, because I don't know how long it's going to be. There's really nothing I can do.
Right.
And so the time has finally come, and the OB, he looks at me and he said, alrighty, this is it. I have a question for you. It's like, okay. He's like, do you want to deliver your baby? I said, I can do that? He said, I asked you, didn't I? I said, I guess you did, didn't you? I was like, yeah. I don't know how many fathers in the world can say they actually delivered their own child. So yeah, sure. And so when the time came to where she was pretty much only a few pushes left, that's when he called me over to, do the remainder. And so I was the one who actually caught Mackenzie. I argue that I was the first person to touch her, even though some say, no, were you though? I mean, Chelsea is the one who carried her. I was like, but she didn't actually touch her. If anything, Mackenzie was touching her. But Chelsea wasn't really touching her, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people, when I say that, they're like, okay, sure, you were the first one. I'm like, I know I was.
Right. They're just going to concede that argument.
And so, and other than the fact that I was the one who delivered her, that wasn't even the most memorable part of the birth. Let's just say that moment in time that she came into my hands was also the scariest moment of my entire life, even to this day. Well, what happened? I'll tell you. So, after she was born, I got her. And I've seen it in the movies and everything. You know, when the baby is born, you know, they cry. Mackenzie did not cry. So instantly I'm thinking, oh boy, I killed my child. And so the nurses instantly, you know, take her from me and everything, because I'm sure they can't see it on my face, but I'm sure they know what I'm thinking. And the reason they can't see it on my face is because I was really good about hiding everything, which at that moment in time I needed to do for Chelsea because she was not done. You know, she still had more pushing to do.
Right.
And she's just like, what's going on? I'm just like, don't worry about that. You just need to worry about finishing what you need to do. And this entire time, again, it feels like an eternity goes by, which was probably a matter of a minute or two that may have went by, if that. And while Chelsea was, you know, finished pushing, heard the cry, and I felt like that's when I was able to breathe again. And I tell her this all the time. I was like, yep, you were the first person to really scare the hell out of me. And she kind of chuckles a little bit every day about that one now, knowing that obviously she's okay. And so, remember when I said that little part of me had that thing in the back of my head wanting to know if she was mine or not? Well, let's just say the next day, that's when it came back up.
Right.
So, there I was, I'm looking at Mackenzie. And I'm looking at her. And I'm just like, you don't look anything like me. You look like a Chinese baby. Then I looked at Chelsea. I was like, are you sure she's mine? Because she looks like a Chinese baby. Do you know someone is Chinese? And yes, I said Chinese, and I don't mean to offend anyone, but those were the words I used.
Right.
And she laughed, and she's like, no. And I was like, okay. So again, that thought is in my head for real now.
Right.
Because she really doesn't look like either of us. But no matter how we, over time, eventually she started getting her features in and everything. And I say today that I joke that if I were to go to some kind of one of those paternity court shows or whatever, if I, you know, try to take Chelsea there and try to say that Mackenzie isn't mine and Mackenzie's there with me and everything, and, you know, the judge has talked to either of us separately and, you know, talk with Mackenzie separately, the judge would just say, you know, get the hell out of my courtroom. Because, for one, she looks like you. For two, she acts just like you. There's no way she's not yours. And I was like, well, yeah, it's all true. She does act exactly like me. From the sarcasm all the way to the wits. She thinks she's smarter than me. She hasn't made it that far yet. But I'm sure in no time she will. Hopefully she's just out of the house by then. So she's not trying to, you know, be sneak.
Right.
Yeah. So shortly, so this is also in the same time frame I have already put my re-enlistment package in.
Okay.
So she was born right after I put my package in, because I started my package in November of 2010 because I was trying to do a lateral move to a different MOS, which was to be a UAV operator because I thought that'd be really cool to do. And so that's what I was trying to go do. And there was an extensive medical background check that had to be done for that. And so, you know, doing all of that, I came to find out that I had an astigmatism. Mm-hmm. And apparently that was disqualifying at the time. So I had to do one of two things: find a different MOS to do a lateral move to, or stay in my own MOS. So I said, okay, well, I guess I'll just stay in my own MOS. Because of that extensive medical background that I had to go through, all the first termer spots for my MOS were already filled up. So if I wanted to stay in the Marine Corps, I had to find a different job. And there was only one non-infantry job even available, because I did not want an infantry job.
Right.
So my buddy who wanted to do infantry, he actually put in for infantry, and I was like, man, I feel like I'm gonna have to go infantry because of, you know, this MOS over here that I want to go do is already has like 8 people, you know, ready to go. You know, it has their packages in, and there's only 4 spots, and I'll be the 9th person, assuming no one else puts their in, you know.
Right.
And I said, so I guess I'm gonna be going to ITB with you, which is Infantry Training Battalion, to go be an infantry guy. And I said, well, I guess the only good thing for that for me would be, well, at least you and I will be going through hell together.
Right.
So I put my package in for LAD, Low Altitude Air Defense Gunner. That was my first choice, which already had the 8 people ready to go. And then my second one was the one he was doing. And so shortly after Mackenzie was born, I got the phone call saying that, you know, my package was approved. And I'm like, okay, which infantry job am I going to go do? And it was like, actually, you got LAD. I was like, I got what? You got LAD, your first choice. I was like, there's no way I got that one. There was already 8 people ahead of me. How did I get that one? I don't know. But that's the one you got. That's the one, you know, you're going to be doing your lateral move into. I was like, that's pretty cool. Found out that it was because of my security clearance. I already had one. Mm-hmm. They didn't have to, you know, pay all that money for me to have a security clearance, you know, background check done.
Right.
So I was like, oh, good thing that I had that, you know, being aviation supply, working with, you know, classified materials, because again, we dealt with aircraft. So a lot of stuff on the aircraft were classified. And only a handful of us guys, supply guys, had actual security clearances for that particular, those particular parts. So did my lateral move, and one of the things that came from that, because of when my package was approved, the time frame that my package was approved, the cutting score, which for those who don't know Marine Corps terminology, so cutting scores are for E5, well, E4 and below, and what they're for is to see who's going to get, you know, promoted. So if you have the score that it is or higher that month, then that means you're getting promoted. And so because of my package coming back approved within that month of the promotion period, I had the score needed to be promoted to sergeant in that MOS. And because of that, I was promoted to sergeant through that MOS instead of my original MOS. And so May 1st, I pinned on, but it was backdated to when my package was approved.
Oh, okay.
So my package was approved in March. I re-enlisted in March. I would have been promoted in April, so that's when it was backdated to, was April 1st versus March 1st. So then I got promoted, and then so they promoted me there. Then I PCS same day to Camp Pendleton. So, like I said, it was exactly 1 year to the day that I PCS'd from like being in Miramar to Pendleton. So went to Pendleton. I did some OJT for a while because my MOS school was moving from El Paso, Texas to 29 Palms, California. And so in the middle of that transition, they're like, I mean, we're not going to send you to the schoolhouse just to sit there.
Right,
when,
and move back to...
You're already here, and you can just, do stuff, with us until they're ready to go, and we'll send you then. Which, it wasn't a PCS, it was more of a...
like a TDY?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was just a temporary duty assignment, essentially. Because I was already at where I was going to be. It was just school was going to be there, and it was only a few hours away. So it was like, there's no reason to PCS you a few hours away for 4 months,
right.
Just for a schoolhouse, right? So that's all that happened. And the great thing for me, being a sergeant, going to the schoolhouse was, on the weekend, I came back to Pendleton, where my house was, and where Chelsea and Mackenzie were.
Uh-huh.
So on the weekend, I just drove home, back to Pendleton, and went back on Monday morning. Got up early and drove up there and was ready to go for class Monday morning. And that's what I did until I graduated in March. So yeah, that was March of, 2012 now?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so March of 2012. So then I got back to Pendleton, and I was able to do more, and, did a lot of field ops with them, which I said I didn't really want to be infantry, but Lord and behold, that's pretty much what I went into.
Right. Just a fancy name for infantry, right?
It just wasn't part of the infantry, but we did what the infantry guy. We went and kicked down door. That's what we trained to do as well. That's pretty much what most of our training was for. Because what is the last war you can think of that there were aircraft involved in?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, exactly. So there were no aircrafts for us to even shoot down. Yeah, we practiced it and everything, but we did very little practicing of it because of that reason right there. There was more, of the Iraq-Afghanistan, it was more of the ground fighting than anything, so that's what we trained to do for when our unit, deployed. That's what we would know how to do and everything.
Right.
I learned, whether this is true or not, I learned that the only reason why LAD is still around or lasted for so long was because of the grunts. Mm-hmm. Apparently, the wing was ready to just get rid of LAD altogether because that's who we fell under. They're like ready to tell Headquarters Marine Corps, like, hey, we have no use for them. Like there's no aircraft for them to shoot down. Like, what's the point of them?
Right.
They're only doing the kind of stuff that the infantry guys are doing. We already have a whole infantry for that. But the infantry guys are like, nope, we want them. Because it's going to be our luck that we get rid of them. And there's going to be an aircraft that comes out of nowhere. And we have nothing against aircraft. I mean, yeah, we can use our machine guns and things like that to shoot at them, but what's the likelihood of us actually taking one down with machine guns and things like that? It's very unlikely. So they're a good tool to have for, we rather not need them and have them than not have them and need them type situation. And we did a lot of stuff, with the grunts for training wise for those reasons. At least that's what I think those reasons are. So fast forward to 2013, my mentor sent me to, which I might have briefly spoke on, to become a martial arts instructor for the Marine Corps, which he kind of...
Which is the whole reason you joined the Marine Corps to begin with, if I remember. They were like, oh, we do martial arts. Like, oh, I like martial arts. Let's do it. So we finally, after all this time, we're at the martial arts. So what happens?
So over the years, I did get my belts. I belted up, I got my gray belt, I got my green belt, and now we're in, like I said, 2013. And that's when my staff sergeant, who, again, my mentor, he approaches me and he's like, so I signed you up to go be a MAI. And I said, why would you do that for? He's like, because I think you'll enjoy it. Mind you, I heard the horror stories about the martial art instructor course. Mm-hmm. And they are not, like, everything I heard was actually true. Every word. And he went through the course, and he's like, well, I think that, it'd be useful for you. And I said, no disrespect, Staff Sergeant, I really don't want to go. He was like, okay, I can take your name off and everything, and I'm just going to forever call you a little bitch, I was like, okay, one, that's not going to happen. Because as much as I really don't want to go to the course, in a way I do want to go. So I guess I'm going.
Right. Because no one's going to call you a little bitch.
No one's going to call me that. No, it ain't happening.
Right.
Because because when he starts doing it, the other sergeants are going to start doing it, and then it's going to trickle down, and then, the other ones I can deal with.
And before you know it, you're a little bitch, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I am.
Yep, I hear you. I hear you.
So I go to this 3-week-long course, and like I said, the stories that I heard about the course were all true. It was hell. It was what I would call a haze fest. Mm-hmm. And what really sucked for me anyway was, I'm fairly certain, if not the smallest, the second smallest person there, even though I'm pretty sure I was the smallest person there. And when we were in the dojo during our bouts, we had to fight each other, to include the instructors. Like I said, I'm the smallest one there, so it didn't really matter what I did, especially grappling. Right. All they had to do was, just lay on me, and there was nothing I could do. Because everyone had me by at least 50 pounds. But the plus side of it was whenever I would do anything with the, when it was, me and the instructor, they were actually giving me pointers, kind of showing me things, hey, if I do this. When they say if I do this, they still did it. Right. It ain't like they like, if I do this, pretending. No, they still did it, now you can do this. And I'm like, okay, but you didn't have to hint me, though, to explain that to me. And so it was educational whenever it was with them. Even though I still felt like it didn't really matter, because it's like, I gotta soak up what you're telling me while I'm still getting my ass kicked. Right. But I learned the real reason he sent me there was not necessarily to get my ass kicked. It was because the course was more so than an ass kicking, a leadership course. And that was the ultimate thing that I took away from it, was the leadership skills that, were taught during the course. Mm-hmm. So when, completing the course, graduated, earned my tab, became an instructor. You know, he asked me how the course was. I said it sucked, and you knew it sucked. It's like, yeah, it did. And yeah, I did know. But that's not why I sent you there. I said, okay, well, why did you send me there? He was like, well, I sent you there because of the leadership. Something that I know you have. Something that I don't feel like you're taking full advantage of. Yeah, you show leadership, but I feel like you can do so much more.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the reason that I sent you there. Yeah, you got your ass kicked, but there was so much, you know, leadership, you know, training involved with that ass kicking.
Right.
And I was like, you're not wrong, but I think there could have been a better way for me to get that leadership.
Maybe a different way, right? Anyway.
But that is the Marine Corps way. If it don't hurt, it ain't training.
Right.
And I just feel like that's just the way it was since basic training.
What's that thing they say, that pain is just weakness leaving your body?
Pain is weakness leaving the body.
You must be one of the strongest men on the planet, huh? Because you were in a lot of pain.
Oh, I used to be.
Yeah. So you survived this school, and you got this great leadership training that he wanted you to get.
Yeah, I did. And then shortly later, so then it came down to a deployment coming up.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a UDP, which is a unit deployment program. It is 6 months deployment, usually to a non-combat zone, which is why it's called a UDP.
Mm-hmm.
So this one was going to Oki. And the reason why it was for Oki is because back in the day, we used to have a unit out there for RMOS. And because, again, RMOS is so small, it eventually evaporated and, you know, was shut down. And then there's just the two on either coast. So the goal, I guess the Marine Corps is like, you know, we need to grow them. And so it's like, okay, well, let's start back in Okinawa where they used to be.
Right.
And so the East Coast and the West Coast units were, you know, taking turns on going, you know, out to Oki to start, you know, getting it built up. So this got brought up saying, you know, he said, hey, there's a deployment coming up. I'm going to be leading it with the lieutenant. You're one of the guys I want to take. And I said, okay, well, let me run this by Chelsea to make sure that, because I want to go, especially under your leadership. And we, you know, got to talking about it, Chelsea and I, and we were talking about, you know, having our second. And she's like, well, you know, well, what if I get pregnant before you leave? And I was like, okay, what if you get pregnant before I leave? Are you gonna still go on the deployment? I was like, well, let's go back a little bit. When we, you know, learned about the Afghan deployment when you were pregnant with Mackenzie, I got off of that deployment because she was gonna be born she was scheduled to be born, you know, projected to be born a week after we had left. And I somehow, some way, was able to get off of that deployment. When I went in to ask, I knew they were going to say no. At least that's what I banked on.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you know, they're just going to tell me no, you know, because, you know, when you're late for a deployment, you're gone on deployment. They don't care.
Right.
You know how many dads miss out on, you know,
yeah,
their children being born? They're going to say, tough luck, you know, you got to go. Well, that's not what happened. It's like, oh, not a problem. Yeah. We got others who want to go. That's not a problem at all. In my head, I was like, that's not what you were supposed to say.
Right.
You're supposed to say, no, you're going. Like, you know, like the direct order type, you know.
Right.
that's what you're supposed to
Right.
do.
Now shut up and get out of my office.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what was supposed to happen, so I could go home and be like, hey, I tried. They told me to shut up and get out their office. So I'm going. But that didn't happen. It was, don't worry about it. Yeah. You'll get the next one. The next one never came, by the way.
Uh-huh.
I never made it to Afghan. And I do blame Mackenzie for that. I actually told her, I was like, I never went to Afghanistan because of you. That's kind of why I joined the military, was for that purpose. And I never got to actually fulfill that purpose.
But here's your opportunity to go to Okinawa. It's
Again,
equally as dangerous, right?
Yeah, equally as dangerous as Afghanistan. With all the great cuisine and the wonderful people and the greatest aquarium in the world, in my opinion. Anyway. But yeah, it's just as dangerous as Afghanistan was.
So how long were you in Okinawa?
So it was a 6-month deal.
Okay.
And so we got to talking again. Me and Chelsea got to talking about it. And I was like, I can't just keep putting off deployments, because, again, we talked about that again. How many people have not been home for their kids being born,
Right.
I was at least home for for our first one. You didn't have to do that alone. But I'm not going to be able to grow. My career is not going to be able to keep going if I'm never deployed.
Right.
It's just not going to happen. The whole point of me being in it
is to go places.
Career. This is my career, and I can't make a career out of it if, they're like, oh, you just keep getting on deployments. What are you here for then?
Right.
We can't use you if you're not, you might as well get out. No reason to keep you around if you're just going to keep getting on every deployment. She's like, no, I guess you're right. So she ended up digging, and she was pregnant before we left.
Mm-hmm. And this one's yours for sure.
And as far as I know.
Had to ask.
I've been questioning that one as well because she acts nothing like me at all. So I'm like, I'm not entirely sure about you.
Yeah.
You are one I would probably have a strong argument about whether you were mine or not to the judge.
So you head off to Okinawa, your pregnant wife is at home.
So actually what we did was I said, Will, instead of you having to be out here in California all by yourself, even though many wives do it, with the kid and being pregnant and blah, 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 you can go back home to Michigan, be with your family there for the 6 months that I'm gone, things like that. So that's what we did.
Okay.
So we packed her up and everything, brought her back, got her back here to Michigan, and then we went on my other deployment. So while deployed, we did jungle warfare training in Okinawa with the infantry guys. One of the, at the time doing it, the second hardest thing I've done in the Marine Corps, physically wise, next to MAI, of course. But looking back at it, it was so much fun. Just obviously going through the hell. That's the same thing about the MAI course. I just never do it again. And so we did that in Oki. We went to Iwo Jima. We went to Tinian. We did some great training in Tinian. I learned more about Tinian because I'd never even heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
For those that don't know, it's near Guam. It is a U.S. territory, and it is actually where the A-bombs were loaded from. So they have actual, the pits that the bomb set in, they have, glass toppers over them with, which bomb was in that hole, and it's a pretty cool little area.
Yeah.
That not very many people will even be able to ever see, because again, we went there for training purposes. Is also a dreadful time too, because we actually lost a Marine while we were there, while we were on our Liberty. Few of us went out like when I say us, I don't mean like my group that I went on the deployment with, the group that went to Tinian as a whole. We, some went to one side of the island to go swimming in the ocean and everything, and myself and a couple other guys, we kind of went snorkeling over near where we were bivouacking at, so where our tents and everything were set up at. And what I loved the most about there, doing the snorkeling and everything, was I felt like I could have gone out for miles on the water, and it did not go above my waist.
Yeah.
And it was just like, great. And then one of the guys actually pointed out to me, he's like, I want you to look out there. I was like, okay. He said, do you see like that blue? And you kind of like see a line in between. It's like kind of like green water, even though it's really not green, but it's like looks like it's green water compared to that blue. It's like, yeah. He's like, well, you just don't want to get there because that line right there, that's a drop off.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, but that's like way out there though. That means I can walk pretty far before that drop off. Yeah, you can. I'm just letting you know where the drop off is, so you know how far you can actually go or you should want to go.
Right.
So okay, got it. So again, I was able to go for a long period of time without even getting close to that area, and still be able to see a lot of stuff while snorkeling. But we, there were some runners that came to get us. Everyone had to return back to camp. And I said, oh man, Liberty's already over. And when we got back, we learned why. So, 3 guys went out on one of the sides of the island, and they were out there swimming, and one got taken by, what is it called? The,
like a riptide?
Riptide.
Yeah.
Which, they obviously warned us about those as well. They, told us, if you get caught in one, don't try to swim against it. If anything, you want to swim with it, and preferably to the side of it. Because swimming against it is not going to work no matter how strong of a swimmer you are. Well, one of the Marines apparently got caught in it, and it took him out. So we all got called back so we can go do a search and rescue. So we were like in groups of like 5, going over the entire edges of the island trying to find this Marine. They even got the Coast Guard out there looking for him as well. And we never found him. The Coast Guard, looked for hours, even into the night, and, just never found him. And so that was like the worst part of the entire training exercise, and that's actually shortly after that exercise was actually ended. Not necessarily because of that, but also, well, that was part of it, but the other part was, even if that didn't happen, it still would have got ended because of typhoon came through. So the one hotel on the entire island is where we had to pack up, our stuff up into the quadcoms. So essentially the big old shipping containers, put our stuff back in that stuff. So that way when the storm passed, it can get loaded back onto the ship to head back to Oki. But we all, grabbed their stuff and went to the hotel. Great place to be, and the worst place to be. There's not much to do. Well, for one, there's a typhoon going on, and you can't really leave the place, right?
Right.
So you're stuck in this place, which they had this amazing pizza place there. They had like a seafood pizza, and seafood anything to me sounds great. And I didn't know how it was going to be, but I was like, you know what? I love trying new things. I love seafood. I love pizza. I don't know how you can go wrong with putting them
A
together.
little match made in heaven.
So I tried their pizza. That pizza was really good. I probably ate more of that pizza than I probably should have while there. But again, we were getting an allowance, because we had to be there. So we were being paid to be there. And I probably spent most of the money we were being paid on pizza. A lot of others probably spent most of the money on gambling because there was also a casino. So it's like you guys knew what you were doing.
Right.
The place only has one hotel that has a casino, and if something ever goes awry like now, everyone's stuck here. Well, they have to do something.
Might as well gamble.
And I guess they're going to gamble, drink, or buy food.
Eat seafood pizza.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's pretty much what was done. I did a little bit of gambling. I kind of beat myself up a little bit at the fact that so my staff sergeant, he's a Seattle Seahawks fan, and I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan. And so while we were there, our two teams were facing each other in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And at this time, Seattle had never lost at home, ever. And, he's like, you guys, your boys are going to, lose it because no one's ever beat us at home. I was like, you're probably right, but I still got to root for my boys. And it's like, we actually won that game. And we were in a casino where I could have betted on that game. And I think even if I had bet $5, I probably still would have won like $500 if I would have betted on that game.
Yeah.
Because the odds were so high that Dallas was going to lose. Because again, Seattle's never lost at home. But we gave them their first loss at home.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of rubbed that in his face while we were there. He's like, yeah, shut up. I don't care. So I did a little gambling there, which was just really... I did the roulette. I made a little bit of money, not much, because I didn't really bet a lot, because I'm one of those that's like, all right, this is what I got, this is what I'm doing, and once it's gone, it's gone. And that's what I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I won like $100, so I was like, okay, I'm done. I won, so that's it. And that's pretty much the extent of gambling I did while I was there. So the rest of my money went to seafood, pizza, and drinks. That's pretty much it.
So you got to enjoy the island of Okinawa, it sounds like.
So getting back to Oki, we went back to Oki for like a week or two. Then we went to Korea.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to Korea for the second time. And I told my staff, I was like, staff sergeant, the last time I was here, back in 2010, I was here for 29 days. The ship just had to wait to leave the Korean water until midnight, and we would have been here for 30 days, and we would have gotten the medal, the Korean Defense Medal for being here. So we need to make sure we're there for 30 days or longer. Because I'm not going to come here a second time and not get the medal. He's like, I mean, if we're here that long, then we're here that long. But we're probably not going to be here that long.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, I mean, we might be there that long. Because we were training with the Rock Marines.
Right.
Which, that was some good training too. And the Rock Marines think that I learned... that the reputation of the U.S. Marine Corps around the world, there's a reason why we're the most feared branch in the entire world. And they were kind enough to let us know why.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're like, yeah, you guys are crazy. They're like, not as crazy as you guys.
Right.
And we're like, well, what do you mean not as crazy as us? What does that mean? They're like, we heard the stories about what you guys got to do being Marines. We look at each other.
Uh-huh.
Well, now you got my attention. What do what have you heard that we have to do in order to become Marines? Well, you guys have to freaking kill a baby to become a Marine. I said, oh, really? None of us corrected them.
So they believed you had to kill babies to become a Marine. That's frightening.
I was like, this is what the world thinks of the U.S. Marine Corps? That's why they're scared of us? Because it takes a certain kind of person to be able to kill a baby? I mean, it does take a certain kind of person to kill a baby, but...
Well, yeah, that's true.
Not us.
Right.
But like I said, we didn't correct them. Like, I guess if that's what the world wants to believe, if that's what's going to keep the fear in them, then so be it. But it was great hanging out with them. Learned that they're all required. All males are required to serve for 2 years minimum. Mm-hmm. Females are not required to serve, but if they do, they automatically get a promotion up to E5. I was like, that's pretty cool. And I was like, America needs to do that. We need to make it to where every man has to, every person's in, now it's all about equality. Right. Every person should have to, serve in the military for 2 years. And as me and one of the other Marines were talking about it, it's like, I personally think that on top of, everyone being so selfish, I think if they were all required to serve for 2 years, I think they'll have more appreciation for what they actually have. Yeah. And instead of, what's the word?
Entitlement?
Entitlement, that's the word. Being entitled. They feel like they're entitled to everything. And, ones that disregard the military to, protect the Constitution, for them to be able to have their freedom of speech and everything else that their freedoms of. I think if they served 2 years, even if it's just 2 years, I think they'd have more appreciation about what we go through, the things we have to do, whether we want to or not, compared to the things that a civilian does not have to worry about. Right. And people will be more kind to each other. You have your onesies and twosies, obviously, like with anything. But most people still, I think our country would be a lot better. Yeah. If that was a requirement. But yeah, that's probably never going to happen, unfortunately for us.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably not going to be a change that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, at least not, probably definitely not in our lifetime. Yep. If it even happens. Yep. Korea was fun. I was actually in Korea when Embroidering was born. Mm-hmm. So, she told me, Chelsea, because of the time difference, it was morning here, evening there, and she told me she was heading into the, going to the hospital. I said, okay, I'll, do my best to stay up. And I said, this is the number to call. Because I had my lieutenant gave me the sat phone. Right. Because he knew. And so, gave them the number to call, when the time came. And apparently they called. And I said, hey, this is the number to call for the sat phone. And this is his cell phone number in case you can't get through to me. Because he told me make sure to give that to her as well, in case. And so he ended up coming in with his phone and say, your wife's on the phone. I was like, what time is it? And he's like, it's like 3 a.m. I was like, okay. And so I went from, yeah, it was Bobby. She's like, Emberlin's born. It's like, oh, okay. I'll Skype you guys when I wake up. She's like, okay. So, there you go. Gave him his phone back, went back to sleep. Got up. It's the first thing I did, went on by where the Wi-Fi was. On the Marine base that we were staying at, and Katmuchuk, great place. Went, sat down, took my laptop out. Mind you, I had my laptop because I was also in college, so I was doing online courses, even deployed. So, went ahead and Skyped them and saw Embroidering and everything. And so then that was Korea. Oh, funny story about Korea. We were in on Liberty, myself, Staff Sergeant, me, and two of the other sergeants went to Seoul. We went to the Air Force Base in Seoul. And while we were there, we went to Chili's. Because, Air Force Base has all the great stuff.
Right.
So we went to Chili's. And we were just chilling at Chili's and everything, waiting for our food to come, or our drinks, whichever it was. And I saw this gentleman, looking at out the glass and outside walking, and he had $3 with him. And then he, walked through the door, and I saw a look on his face, and I was like, oh my goodness, he looks miserable. Probably wasn't.
Right.
But I was like, he just looks miserable. I don't know what I would do if I had 3 daughters. Like, if I was outnumbered like that. And she's like, yeah, I don't think that ever happened because I think we're done. We got our 2 kids and I think we're done.
Yeah.
So, Korea was over, back to Oki, finishing up, while we're there in Oki, which I actually got an award, the Navy Marine Corps Achievement Medal for all the, because I was in charge of all the supply stuff while there, because, like I said, we were trying to get the lab back established out there. So there's a lot of ordering that we had to do, a lot of stuff for our vehicles that we had there. So there's just so much that had to be done. And so, again, I was in charge of all of that. So, in essence, if we're going to put a dollar amount on it all, it was well over $1 billion worth of stuff that I was in charge of. And I was awarded the medal for being able to not only maintain the stuff that was there when we got there, but for anything that were a discrepancy, there was a discrepancy with, I got pretty much everything fixed with, the ordering of stuff, through supply and things like that, and making sure everything was accounted for, because a lot of stuff we did take with us when we left the island or we went other places on the island. So for everything being 100% accounted for, that was essentially what I was awarded for. Which I had no idea I was going to get awarded for doing my job.
Right.
So it was great. It was great to be recognized for that. And on top of that award, I was also awarded for, the Military Outstanding Volunteer Service Medal for all the volunteer stuff I've done from the day that I joined the Marine Corps up until that point. Which, that was again another recognition, which I knew that one was going to eventually come. It was just a matter of when it was going to come. But I enjoyed volunteering, which I still do it, even today. I'm in Berlin's Girl Scout troop leader. So, like I said, I'm still, giving my time to the youth, which is pretty much all I did when I was was giving my time to the youth. In Japan, we did a lot of stuff with the Japanese youth. When I was at Miramar, we did some stuff because I was still in the single status before Chelsea got there. And then even at Pendleton, I was volunteering with the Young Marines on base. So that was another, obviously, a youth program that I was a part of. So with all of that, so there was many hours that, was accounted for with all of that volunteer stuff. So our deployment was over. We got back. the end of 2014, and while I was out in Okie, I was working on my special duty assignment billet, which, again, in the Marine Corps, is going to be very different. It was very hard to move up in ranks if you did not go do something for the Marine Corps, if you will.
Yeah.
And that's what the special duty assignment was. And it looked better if you volunteered for it versus being voluntold for it, because you had those ones that were told because they needed people to do it. So they're like, well, you're slated for it. We don't care what you say. You're going to go do it. And you didn't get to really choose which billet you went to go do. So you had drill instructor, combat instructor, and recruiter. So you could have been any one of those three. So I said, well, I'm going to go volunteer, so I don't get voluntold which one to go do. Because even though I know I'd be good at it, I don't want to be a drill instructor.
Right.
I don't like yelling.
Yeah.
And you yell 24/7 up until the crucible. And then that's when you get to talk. So I was like, yeah, that's not me. I could do it. So if they deny me for recruiting and say, oh, no, you got to go be a drill instructor, I won't be happy about it, but I'll be very successful at it.
Yeah.
So I put my package in for recruiter while I was in Okie still. And by the time I got back, I was told that the package was approved and I would be going. My class date was in January of 2015 and everything. And so that's when I got back, and then I took my leave. Well, that's when I met Embroidering for the first time, because Chelsea and her came out to greet me. And so pretty much I took my leave when we got back. Shortly after we got back, put my leave in for pretty much all the way up until like the week before I was supposed to check in for recruiter school. Excuse me. So we came here. We were here for the holidays, and then I went back out to Pendleton. Pretty much did all my checking out and everything to PCS, if you will, to recruiter school. So just going right down the road again to MCRD San Diego, where my career started. I was, back there once more. So did recruiter school. I learned one of the number one fear of people which is public speaking. And so essentially that's all recruiter school was about, was trying to get us over that hump.
Right.
So we're more comfortable with being in the public and things like that. The tools, they gave me some, because they can clearly see how nervous I was when I was in front of the instructors in class, giving our mock speeches. And one of the tools that was given to me on my one of the final exams, they're like, when you're giving your speech, it helps, because I still do it to this day, is what the recruiter instructor said, is if you wiggle your toes while you're, in your shoes, no one can see it, it calms your nerves. You should try it. I was like, I don't know how the heck that's gonna work. Like, me just wiggling my toes is gonna... And Lord and behold, it worked. And I guess what it was, even though it was so minute, it was a distraction, because you are concentrating on doing something, physically, to also take your mind off of what's in front of you.
Yeah.
And because you have to actually think about doing that, it just doesn't happen until you've actually, done it for some time, and just because, muscle memory.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it worked, and it was one of the greater tools that I've used, even though I was starting out always nervous when I got in front of a group of people, even on recruiting duty, even with that neat little trick up my sleeve. So I finished recruiter school, then came here to Lansing. We got a house in Holt. So the house that we ended up renting was owned by the Marine who was the public affairs Marine for the recruiting station.
Okay.
But he was leaving to go back to, so he had his house up for rent. And it just happened that we came across it and happened to be a Marine. And so it was pretty cool that, we were able to get a house, even though, he did have a property, was it a property owner? No. The person that pretty much takes care of your property for you.
Oh, property management.
Management.
Yeah.
So, we pretty much did everything through them, but, we still had a lot of communication to him, because of that Marine to Marine. So that was cool too. Who eventually he ended up firing because he didn't like him. And he just dealt with everything on his own. He just said, hey, if you have any problems, you let me know directly. My parents still live in the area, and I can send them over to do anything, that needs to be done. I was like, that's fine. So while here as a recruiter, even though I've heard all the stories about being a recruiter, how much it sucked, and no one ever wants to do it, and that's the reason why no one wants to go do it, is because it just sucks so badly. Well, I understood exactly what most of them were referring to. Most of them referring to what was required of them, where others were referring to what they just didn't want to do.
Yeah.
So I didn't really pay attention to those ones. It was the more ones that's like what was, and that's what my frustration became about recruiting duty. People ask me, like, your entire career, like, what are someone just asked me that today, actually. Like, what were some of your favorite parts about, the Marine Corps? And I was like, believe it or not, recruiting duty.
Mm-hmm. I think you either love it or hate it.
And, well, I think you do both.
Uh-huh.
If you're the Marine, that individual that still does what they're supposed to do. And this is why. Because for me, it was both. I loved it. This is why I loved it. I loved it so much because I was put with the inner city schools. So pretty much all the Lansing schools. So you have your Everett, your Sexton, Eastern. I feel like there's another one. Are those really only three?
Yeah, I think all the other ones are closed.
Okay. And then I had those three, and then I had Okemos, I had East Lansing, Hazlitt, and Bath.
Uh-huh.
So those were all of my schools. And and then I also had Lansing Catholic and Lansing Christian.
Uh-huh.
So I had those two as well. It not necessarily was it most of my love for recruiting duty was because of the inner city schools.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why is because I later learned as to why I was put in the inner city schools, and it was about appearances. And at first I was just like, that just sounds racist. But as I was on the duty, the longer and longer and longer, I started understanding it better. And it was, well, I can relate to them.
Yes.
Because I went to inner city school as well. We have a same background, I'm a minority. most of them are minorities. The only real problem school out of all of them that I had, believe it or not, was Okemos.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the only school. Okay, I guess you can say Hazlitt a little bit, but Hazlitt was more open than Okemos was. Okemos was about, yep, you can only come once a month and that's it. Hazlitt was like, yeah, we only have to let you come once a month. But over time, I got a lot of rapport with them, and they allowed me to come more than once a month, usually. Whereas the other schools, their other parents, like, whenever you want to come, we don't care. Just let us know. To include Catholic Central and Christian, Lansing Christian. They were pretty much the same way, which I thought I was going to have the most trouble with those two.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't. They were very open with allowing me to come pretty much whenever I wanted to come. Obviously giving them a heads up, not just showing up.
Right.
But yeah, so the inner city schools. From the kids from those, even though they were still hard to get into the Marine Corps because of passing the ASVAB. That was the biggest thing for them. A lot of people think, oh, you probably had trouble because they probably like had a lot of criminal background. Actually, no. Believe it or not, the students, no. It was really the ones that have already graduated, a year or two ago. Those are the ones that it was harder because of that.
Right.
But the students, no, it was them passing the ASVAB. That was like, they had squeaky clean, criminal records. They just could not pass the ASVAB.
Mm-hmm.
But for the ones that were able to, watching them, when they joined and everything, just seeing them from what they were when they were in high school to what they were when they came back from boot camp. I was able to see the transformation that obviously I went through. Clearly, I didn't see the transformation for myself.
Right. Sure,
others around me saw it, but I was going through it, so therefore it's not like I could be like, oh yeah, I remember about that and then this,
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, wow, that's a powerful transformation. So for me, it was the changing of lives is what I felt like I was doing, which essentially I was doing it. There was actually one student, or one kid, I should say, which I still talk to here and there. He wanted to be a reservist. He originally was active duty, which that's what he needed. And then I actually met his stepdad, because his stepdad was a janitor at Okemos.
Mm-hmm. And
his stepdad came up to me. We got to talk and everything. And he was like, so do you know Marvell? I was like, Williams? He's like, yeah. Like, yeah, I know him. Like, now he comes to the pool functions. I mean, sometimes he even comes to the office, just out of the blue. Yeah. He's like, okay, well, I just need to make sure that he goes active duty. I was like, well, right now he is active duty. And I agree. He does need to go active duty because he's told me, he's like, he's not a bad kid, but there's some questionable people that he's around and been around that I feel like if he came back here could definitely hurt his career.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I don't disagree with you. And so we got the, talking, whatever. And like I told him, it's like, yeah, he's active duty. But then the part of recruiting duty where I didn't like was the leadership that was above my station, my substation leader, the ones above him. They were all about, granted, I understand what the Marine Corps is, mission accomplishment, troop welfare, the number 2 missions of the Marine Corps. But for me, I felt like that was just backwards.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like the mission should be troop welfare. then mission accomplishment, because that's the kind of leader I was. It was always troop welfare. I'll take care of my Marines. And in turn, whatever I throw at them that needs to get done, it's going to get done to the best of their ability.
Right.
Regardless if I don't take care of them, if I didn't take care of them, and they're going to do it because I told them to do it, and they're going to follow the order because that's what was given to them.
Mm-hmm.
But they may not do it to the best of their ability. They're like, well, we got to do it. So he said do it, so we're doing it. Okay, they did it. But they could have did it so much better. So if I take care of them, they're going to make sure to take care of me. Because at the end of the day, the mission accomplishment part comes back to me, not them. If it doesn't get completed, they don't get in trouble for it. I mean, they might hear from me later after I get it heard from, you know?
Right, yeah.
But ultimately, it's going to come to me. And, you know, but why do we need to even have that? So that was the one thing about recruiting duty, is that I just felt like it was more about the mission. Oh, the station has this amount of numbers. Each substation has this amount of numbers. You have to do that. You know, each recruiter needs to put in 3 this month or 4 this month. I don't care. You got to do it. Okay. Because there was one time where it was, and this was when I was still a new recruiter. So within my first 9-month probationary period, I was only required during my probationary period to do 1 a month. Because again, I was still in my probationary period. I had started putting in like 2s and 3s within my first couple months.
Yeah.
And I think this was like month 7 or 8. It was getting close to the end of the probation period. And one of the instructors came to the office to sit down with me and everything. I don't even know if it was with me. It might have been with one of the other recruiters. And they just happened to look at me and it's like, oh, McMillan, I see that, you know, you put in 4 this month. I'm like, yes, I did, Master. And he's like, okay, where's number 5? I was like, I'm only required to put in 2. And I put in 4. But you're asking for 5?
Yeah.
What about everybody else? Like, I have the most in my office right now. But you're asking me where number 5 is? And that's just what it felt like it always was. Didn't matter how good you did. It's like, okay, no, we don't care what you did for me yesterday. What are you going to do for me right now?
What have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately? Yeah.
You know, that's it. Just, and it got to a point that by my second year, halfway into my 3rd year, it was okay. I'm burnt out. I can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm giving you everything I got, but you just keep asking for more and more and more. Whereas these other recruiters that aren't even giving you 1 are not even really getting anything. But here I am giving you everything I got, literally everything I got. And so that was just my problem with recruiting duty.
Well, how long did you recruit for?
So it was a 3-year stint.
Uh-huh.
I was not on the streets for 3 years, however. I only put kids in for just over 2.5 years.
Okay.
Because then I went to go do something different. So then so my very first, my first boss, the boss of the station, the substation, he saw my motivator. He utilized every bit of me that he could in the best way possible. I felt like he had the same mindset as myself. It was if I take care of you, you'll take care of the station. So this is what he did. He said, this is what I need from you. And every day he did this. So every morning we had our our daily meeting about what our schedule was going to be for the day. So every morning, this is what he said. He said, this is what I need from you today. You need to do this, this, and this. Once you've completed those things, you can go home. He realized that my motivator was time with my family.
Right.
And he exploited it in the best way possible. It was hey, you complete these tasks, I'll send you home. If you do, and it was always if you get, so let's say my mission was 2 for the month. If you get 3, I'll give you the weekends off. Or I'll give you a 3-day weekend. No one else has to know about it.
Right.
Things like that. Little things here and there. So it was always I'll give you time off as long as you do these things for me. And that's what I worked toward. Mm-hmm. And that's what kept me working hard. That's what kept me helping him win. Keeping the leadership down off of his back.
Right.
Because while he was there, we pretty much always was the substation of the month. Because he knew what our motivators were, and he utilized that. He exploited that to, good way, because it worked. He took care of us. So, in the end, we took care of him. So, I was just like, man, this is this one person that has the same mind, even though he wasn't the one person, but here in recruiting, dude, the one person has the same mindset as me. So then, like I said, I did that for about 2.5 years. And then, because that's when I all but dropped my pack, as we call it in the Marine Corps, was the leadership started seeing that, okay, he's not putting out as much as he used to.
Right.
So this could become a problem. So what they did was, before it became a problem, they moved me over to be on the officer side. Mm-hmm. So now I was recruiting for officers, to get officers, which that was a little different because we were not actively recruiting for them. It was more or less, someone says, I'm interested in being a Marine officer. Okay, here's what you need to do. When you bring me that list back, complete it, then we can talk more. Mm-hmm. That was a whole different ballgame for me. Because the gunny there, he was like, he heard me talking to one of them, and he heard me pretty much doing my recruiting spiel. And he's like, after that person left, he called me over to his office. He's like, McMillan, we do not recruit like you do for the enlisted side. I was like, what do you mean? Are we not recruiters still? He said, yes, but for the officer side, we make them do the work. We don't go get, records like you would do on the enlisted side. Yeah. They want to be an officer, and officers have way more responsibility than enlisted people, the enlisted Marines. So this is, them showing us that they really want this. Oh. So in other words, I'm going to be doing a lot of sitting on my hands, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I did that for about a month. And the reason I did that for about a month is because one day I was, so like I said, I was a martial arts instructor. Mm-hmm. So I was, still trying to, do that even for the recruiters. And I had a group that, I was working with to, get belted up and everything. And the sergeant major called me up when I was out and about. I had just I was either heading to one of the colleges or coming back from one of them when he called me up and said asked me what I was doing. I told him what I was doing. He said, all right, when you get back, I need you to, come and see me. So, okay, cool. So when I got back, I went to go see him. And he had me close the door and everything, told me to sit down. And he, started asking me about the martial arts stuff. And he's like, so I saw that you were doing martial arts and everything. It's like, yes, sir, Major. I have been. He's like, really? I was like, yes, I have. I've been working with these individuals. I had these 3 officers, when they were back from OCS before they left for TBI. I was with them, belted them up. And then, these staff sergeants I've been working with. So you belted them all up, huh? And I was like, yes. And then he read me my rights. And I was like, okay. So he knows something. So he asked me again. He's like, so did you belt up these Marines? I said, no, Sergeant Major, I did not belt up these Marines. He's like, did you belt up these Marines? Yes, sir, Major. I did the course with the officers and completed the course with the officers. So what he knew was, or what he didn't know at the time, was I ran the 3 that I was working with. I ran their belt in the system because my tab was about to expire, and there was no one there who could renew it. So if it expired, I would not have been able to put it in the system. So I put it in the system first so we can finish, and then they'd already, be in the system. So he said, well, why did you, put it in the system and you didn't even complete it? I said, well, because my tab was going to expire. Okay. And mind you, at this point in time, I was already selected for E6. I was supposed to get promoted on the 1st. And the 1st was like Tuesday. And this was like Friday. So he said, okay. And he dismissed me. So come Monday, got the phone call again saying that I was going to the headquarters, pending, what most would consider or know it as Article 15. For Marines, we know it as NJP or non-judicial punishment. So they did the whole investigation and everything, and this was October. Like I said, this was in October when it started, and they didn't actually the NJP didn't even happen until like February. So I was there for a long time waiting to figure out what's going to happen with my promotion still in lingo, because I didn't get promoted until everything was decided. So NJP came and then that's when I was asked about the the CEO was asking, like, okay, so this is what you're here for. You put this information in on official document, which essentially you lied. And so the question is, well, what do you have to say for yourself? It's like, well, he actually asked, it's like, do you have anything to say for yourself? And it was more or less like, well, yeah, of course I do.
Right.
So I explained it to him. I was like, yes, so sir, this is what happened. I did this. Sergeant Major questioned me about it. I told him it didn't, no. I told him, yes, that I did it. I ran the course and everything, completed the course with these Marines. And then, he read me my rights. And then I told him, no, I didn't actually do it. And the reason was because of my belt, my tab gun expired. And if I didn't have put it in the system before my belt expired, well, then I never would have been able to do it. And so he was like, okay, anything else? And I said, well, the only other thing I have to say, sir, is, well, really to you, Sergeant Major, is it wasn't that, it was my intent to lie to you. It was just, just nervous about the whole situation. And it was just more or less like, I knew why I did it, which, looking back at it, I could have probably easily explained that to you, and you might have had a, different outlook on the situation.
Right.
And so he's like, well, I do appreciate, Sergeant Major's like, well, I do appreciate, the apology and everything. But I also knew that the Sergeant Major he's been out to get me for quite a while, because there was another time that he thought I lied to him about something, which was about a concussion.
Mm-hmm.
Because he said, you put down that this person didn't have a concussion when they went to MAPS, and they said that they did have a concussion. I said, one, he told me he did not have a concussion, because I did ask about that, and Sergeant Major said, well, do you even know what a concussion is? I said, no, I do not know what a concussion is. He said, did you play sports at all? I said, I played a little bit of football, and I played baseball. And he's like, and you don't, and that's when his voice raised, and you don't know what concussion is? I don't know what it consists of. I know the term, but I don't know exactly what it consists of. And the Master Gunnery Sergeant, so the equivalent to the Sergeant Major, so the other E9 in the room, he's like pretty much saying, I got this one. And he took me, and we went down to the basement, and we were talking, whatever. He's like, I can't believe you made me look like that in front of the Sergeant Major. And I was trying to say again, but he pretty much like saw me. He's like, I don't want to hear it. And so it's just pretty much another ass chewing. And so my boss at the time, we, on the car ride back, I looked over at him. I said, Staff Sergeant, I did not lie to Sergeant Major or Master Guns about knowing what a concussion is. I really truly do not know what a concussion is. I know of the concussion. I've heard the term many times. I just don't know how one gets a concussion, which I'm pretty sure that's what the question was. And he said, no, I believe you. And I was like, and, that kid, you were there. He said he did not have a concussion. He's like, again, I believe you. It ain't me that is denying anything. I was like, okay, I just want to make sure someone actually believes me.
Right.
And so ever since then, that's when I was like, I'm pretty sure that Sergeant Major had it out for me ever since then, trying to find the littlest thing to get me on. And I gave it to him on a silver platter.
Mm-hmm.
So, NJP, did my spiel, CO's just like, alrighty, so now for essentially the punishment. He said, loss of rank, half pay for a month and a half, this, that. He said a bunch of stuff, and my heart dropped. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm losing rank all over this one little thing that could have been avoided. And then when he's done listing all of those things, then he says, I'm going to suspend the loss of rank, to have the 1.5 months of pay, and said everything all over again. So he suspended it. He said, the one thing I'm not suspending, however, is your promotion to Staff Sergeant. You are just losing that altogether. Because of the Marine that I know you are, I truly believe that you will bounce back from this, and you will earn that back. I do believe that strong-heartedly, because I know you. And in my head, I'm like, well, if you knew me, then you would have understood my intent behind what I did. But again, I understand you probably have a obligation to fulfill, not necessarily make an example out of me, but something has to be done. I get that. But yeah, he just went on to, say that I'm suspending all these things because I know if I don't, that is going to end your career. Mm-hmm. I do know that. And I am not here to end your career. But because of what you have done, I just cannot allow you to be promoted to staff sergeant right now. It's like, in my head, I'm like, okay, I can understand that. And so he said, your suspension is going to be for, it's like 3 months or 6 months. And so as long as you keep your nose clean, that stuff is just going to get essentially wiped away. But if you have another incident, then all that stuff is going to come back into play, and then whatever else. I said, okay, I think this is the only thing I've ever done in my entire career up to this point wrong. I think I can keep my nose clean. Mm-hmm. So that is what actually led to me being separated from the Marine Corps. Even though my psychologist keeps telling me that that's not necessarily the case. Even though to this day, I still believe it is the case. So, because of everything that's happened, he says that he could not send me back on the streets because that's like, send me back out on recruiting duty. Let me finish up recruiting duty. Because came January, I had orders already for back to Camp Pendleton for May. So they weren't going to send me off of recruiting early because of that already. That's like, well, you already got orders, so I guess you're stuck here at headquarters until you PCS. Which, okay, whatever. Even though I begged and pleaded for them to send me back on the streets, like, just let me go and work.
Right.
Let me earn that staff sergeant back like you said I can do. Let me go out there and do it. But he's like, no. I was okay. So, while there, an opportunity came up for me to go and do the motorcycle safety course for the second time. Because it was a few years since I've done it the first time. So I was like, let me go do it again because I really want to get a motorcycle. So, the gunny that was in charge of me, I asked him, I was like, am I able to go and do the motorcycle safety course down in Chicago? He's like, yeah. I don't got nothing for you. I don't see why you can't. Okay, cool. So he sent me down there. And while there, I did really well. Ended up passing. But the very, very last thing for me to do was the weaving. Mm-hmm. So like weaving as if we're coming up on some, abrupt traffic or whatever, right. Sudden stop and to get so we don't run into it. So that was the very last thing for us to do. We practiced this for the test purpose. So we practiced it. I did very well on. So I was, confident and everything. So I went and I went to go do my little weave and so I can get back upright. But when I went too far and me and the bike went down. The bike landed on my foot. So I was like, okay, that hurt. The Marine in me got up. The instructor said, are you all right? You good? I was like, I am good. And he said, do you want to try it again or you want to be done? I was like, this is the very last thing. Of course I'm going to try it. I'm going to pass this course. And so he said, okay, well, when you do it this time, maybe try going the other direction. And it's like, okay, yeah, I can do that. So, it hurt to kind of walk on my foot. Motorcycles fell on it, right? Yeah. So I get up there and I go do it again and I go to the left this time and get back in. I did it, finished it. And then he's like, because he obviously saw me limping, he's like, you sure you're all right? I was like, it's sore. Obviously, a freaking motorcycle fell on it. Like, I think it'd be a problem if it didn't hurt, right?
Yeah.
He said, okay, I just want to make sure. I don't want to make sure I need to, do any kind of paperwork or anything like that. Like, I just want to make sure you're good. I was like, no, I am good. Okay. Drove home, same day, drove back, parked the Gov back in, the lot, got back in my car. I got my car, went home. Got up the next morning, started getting dressed to head up to the headquarters. And as I walked out, went out into the living room to sit on the chair so I can put my socks on. My mother-in-law was up, and she looked over, and she saw my foot. She said, T. I said, huh? She said, you need to go to urgent care. I was like, why? She's like, do you not see your foot? I was like, I do. It's a little swollen. Nothing that ibuprofen ain't gonna, fix. Because again, that's what we were told, here, some ibuprofen, some water, and change of socks. Cure for everything.
There you go.
And so she's like, no, you broke something. I was like, I did not break anything. I think I would know if I broke something. Knowing good and well, there's no way I would know if I broke something because I've never broken anything.
Right.
So she's just like, you need to go in. Okay, fine, whatever. I'll call Chelsea. So I called Chelsea, say, hey, you need to come get me. Your mom says I need to go in. She thinks I broke something. Okay. Called Gunny, say, hey, Gunny, yesterday at the course, I fell down. Me and the bike went down. Bike landed on my foot. My mother-in-law thinks I broke a bone. And she's telling me to go to urgent care. So, okay, just let me know what's up. I said, okay, we'll do. So, Chelsea comes to get me. We go in to the urgent care. And the nurse comes in, sees my foot. It's like, so, what happened? I was like, oh, so I was down in Chicago yesterday at the motorcycle safety course that's mandated by the Marine Corps. And me and the bike went down. And the nurse had, another nurse in there with them. And they, looked at each other. And then looked back at me. So, okay. So, you went to the motorcycle safety class or course. And you got injured at the safety course? Do you see the irony there? I was like, haha, yeah, I see the irony. I get it. I was supposed to be safe, but I wasn't. It's like, calm down, man. I'm just giving you shit,
Yeah.
We don't mean to. I was like, no, you're not offending me. I'm just like, I never saw this coming. Didn't think that you guys would actually be the ones to, say that to me. I expected this to come from the other Marine.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And so they're like, okay, well, the doctor being soon, I'm sure they're gonna want us to do x-rays. I'm sure of it. But we'll let them make the call. Okay. So doctor comes in, sees my foot. So what happened? I was at a motorcycle safety course and me and the bike went down, the bike landed on my foot, and here I am today. He snickered a little bit. I was like, yeah, I know the irony. And then he's like, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have some x-rays done, to see if you broke anything. I was like, yeah, my mother-in-law says that she thinks I broke something. I don't believe her, but she thinks I did. Mm-hmm. We'll confirm it. And so he, go and get the x-ray done, come back, comes back with the results. He's like, alrighty, so, you didn't not only just break a bone, but you broke 3. You broke the second, third, and fourth metatarsal, whatever the M word is. The 3 bones in the toes. So numbers 3, 4, and 5 are the ones that were broken. I was like, okay. Oh, my bad. 2, 3, and 4. So the 3 middle ones. And he's like, okay, so we're going to put you in the cast. Refer you over to ortho. So that way, they can, because obviously that's their specialty. So that way they can, confirm what I just told you. Okay.
Right.
So called the guy and said, hey, this is happening, coming to work here shortly, but this is what happened. Okay, cool. So gets confirmed, says that we need to do surgery. This is like April. And remember I said I'm supposed to PCS in May.
Right.
I said, we can't do surgery. I said, why not? I was like, I'm supposed to be leaving next month. And when there's surgery involved, then there's physical therapy and follow-ups. I can't just have surgery and then just leave. He's like, you're not wrong. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put the x-rays and everything on a disc for you to take. And when you get there, you need to go right to the doctor, after you do your check-in, and give them the stuff so they can confirm it all and because you need surgery. Okay. So get the Cali, do exactly what he said. It was confirmed, had the surgery, they put a plate in, then that doctor, podiatrist, he actually ended up PCSing out, and I got a new one. And, my follow-ups with her and everything, like, hey, it's been this amount of time, and I'm still in so much pain. And there's like, what? You're in pain still? It's like, yeah, sure. Okay, well, let's get an x-ray, see if, the bones didn't heal properly or something. Do the x-ray. I'm confused. The bones healed exactly they were supposed to do. Like, they're healed, like, completely. I was like, well, I'm still in a lot of pain.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, so it's in pain management. They do the doctor in, with pain management. She does a lot of different things to include acupuncture. Nothing is working. So then my podiatrist, she says, okay, I don't know why you're still in so much pain, because you shouldn't be. So we have two options. Option A, which is what I'm leaning toward, is we do a CT scan to be like our almost final thing to do to see if there's just something that x-ray isn't picking up. Or option B, we do surgery and remove the plate because maybe the plate is what's causing you the pain. I say, well, let's go with option A and do the CT first, just to make sure. Because if nothing shows up, then obviously we're left with option B. So we do option A. So I go in, and she says, well, I got good news and I got bad news for you. Which do you want to hear first? Said, okay, well, I said, let's go with the good news. She said, I know what's wrong with you. And I said, okay, well, I'm guessing that leads into what the bad news is. She's like, yes. You have arthritis underneath the plate. I said, oh, joy. And that's what's causing you so much pain. And already knowing the answer, I said, and there's nothing that can be done about arthritis, is there? No, unfortunately. Okay. And so now my career is in the balance, like, okay, what do I do?
So the doctors tell you you have arthritis underneath the plate that's in your foot. That's what's been causing all this pain that no one's been able to explain for all this time. And there's really nothing they can do for arthritis. So, what happens after that?
Okay. Well, before we get into that, since we last talked, I got to thinking about some stuff that I think got missed along the storyline. So I think it might be key to pinpoint those things because it's going to get brought up later.
Okay.
And then I don't want, listeners like, what? I don't remember that part.
Yeah.
So, because now we're in 2019. Prior to this, So right before I left for recruiting, or right before I left off recruiting duty, Chelsea and I decided that we were going to try for a boy. Because, we have 2 girls. I told you about my thoughts in Korea.
Yep. That poor guy with
the 3 daughters.
Oh, yes, the 3 daughters. So you need a boy in your life, right?
And so, we got to talking about trying for a boy when I was still here on recruiting duty. And I was like, we have our 2 girls. We're good. Like, I know we're going to have another girl if, we try for a boy. That's just, I'm shooting, 2 for 2 girls. So I think we're good. Because again, that's all I'm thinking about is that guy there at Chili's.
Right.
So I had an appointment and everything set up to go get fixed. But somehow, some way, she managed to talk me into it. And I said, okay. So shortly before we left, probably about a week before we were due to get on the road to head back to California, we learned that she was pregnant. Okay. And now I'm thinking, yep, it's too late to go back now.
That's right. And
Yep.
for a fact this one's yours, no question.
No, pretty sure of this one.
Yeah, all right. All right.
So I'm like, yep, there's no going back now. It's another girl. Can't turn back the time now. So, we get it to Cali. I go do what I said earlier, about, what the doctor told me to do.
Right.
She goes and gets to confirm that she's truly pregnant. It was, I want to say it was shortly after the surgery that we were going to see, the ultrasound, check to see if the baby's healthy and, everything's good,
Yeah.
And myself, my mother-in-law, her, and Mackenzie and Embroidering, we all go because, they're ready to see, their new baby sibling. Because at this time, obviously, we wouldn't know what we were going to be having. It was still too early.
Yeah.
But they've never actually seen, an ultrasound or anything. So, they were a little excited to be able to see that. So her and her mom went in first. And me and the girls were sitting out in the waiting room waiting to be called back. And so the nurse comes to grab us. And then we just started to walk back there. And, she's like talking to the girls. And she's like, so you guys excited about a new baby? They were like, yeah. It's like, really? So, your mom was kind of telling me some stuff while I was in there with them about what you guys have been saying. So how many babies do you think she has? And Mackenzie's like, she has 2. I'm pretty sure of it. And Emberlin's like, I don't know, 2, maybe? I don't. And so we get in there. And then the technician, she's like, so you guys ready to find out how many babies your mom has? And then they're like, yeah. And I'm like, it better be 1. She keeps saying 2, but it better be 1. And the technician kind of smiles at me and she's like, well, you're having twins. And I went to sit down and my only thought was, I'm going to be worse than the guy at Chili's. I'm going to have 4 girls,
Right.
not 3.
Right.
And so, Mackenzie's just like, I told you, and it's going to be, and then she's just like, it's going to be a boy and it's going to be a girl. And Amberlin's like, it's going to be 2 girls. No, she's like, I want 2 boys. We already got 2 girls, so I want 2 boys. And then I was like, yeah, we got twins, but it's going to be 2 girls. I know it. Because that's the way it's going to be. I just know it. It's not going to be 2 boys. That I do know for sure.
Right.
And so, now we're back to the earlier, well, a little bit later after, all that stuff. And then shortly before, we're going through everything, still trying to figure out what's wrong with me. In that time frame, we went and did the the 3D ultrasound. And it was just me, her mom, and her that went, because we were gonna, do a reveal. So we didn't bring the girls for that one. And so we go and everything, and the technician's like, "So, I hear you're having twins." It's like, "Yes, ma'am. We're having 2 girls." She's like, "Oh, you're sure about this, huh?" It's like, "I'm pretty sure about this. I mean, I already have 2 girls, so I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're definitely having another girl, but I'm sure it's gonna be 2 more girls." And then she's like, "Okay, well, let's see." So she goes and, gets everything going and, get the first baby. And then she's like, "Look at there. You're having a boy." And I go to look up because I wasn't looking at the screen at all.
Right.
Because
you knew, right?
I was just like, "Oh, man, 2 more girls, just going to say girl, then girl. And I'm just going to already have known. At least I prepared myself, I guess." And so she says, "Oh, you're having a boy." I go up and she's like, and there's no refuting it. Like, I think because he's been hearing you these last few weeks that he like has his legs wide open for you, so you can't even say he ain't a boy.
Right.
I was like, "No, you're right about that one. But the next one's a girl, isn't it?" "Well, let's see." "Yep, you're having another girl." See, I told you we were gonna have another girl if we tried for a boy. She's like, "But we got a boy too." Yes, you're right about that. So, now she's getting, on Facebook and finding the twin pages. Well, she kind of already was on twin pages already and kind of getting ideas about how twins are. And she's telling me about how other twin parents are saying, like, these things, how bad it was for them and everything. Little did, at the time, it didn't dawn on me to think that maybe, these parents that were talking about, the twins, and man, it was just like a lot and everything. It didn't really dawn on me thinking that maybe that was their first, pregnancy when this was our 3rd. So, I'm kind of like seeking it all in, like, man, all these parents talk about how bad it's going to be. And man, I mean, one, them separately were, a handful. And if it's going to be like that for both of them, I don't know. I mean, I know there's 2 of us. It's not like, we're single parents, but I guess that's one for each of us, huh? All right, so now we're back to kind of where we left off at when finding out about the foot situation.
Right.
So now I had a decision to make about what I wanted to do, even though the decision was already made for me, because there was no way the Marine Corps was really going to allow me to stay in if I couldn't be of any value for the Marine Corps.
Right.
Because my job was a combat job, and if I, we kind of use our feet,
Yeah. Yes.
It's not like I, sit behind the day. Maybe if I was a, UAV operator, it would not have been a problem, because I would have been sitting down to, control, those, drones. But that's not what I did. We were on the ground.
Yeah.
So even though, she told me to, take some time to think about, figure out what I wanted and things like that, that's what I did. Even though after thinking about it all and talking with my leadership, the decision was like, they were even basically saying the decision was pretty much made. There's not much I could do. Yes, my contract would have been up, but did I really want to stay in and wait for my contract to be up when, if I were to be medically separated, there was some benefit behind that.
Right.
Whereas if I just waited for my contract to be up in a year, well, then that would have just been it. Mm-hmm. So so by the time that my decision went back to my doctor, 2 things have already happened. The first thing that happened was the twins were born. So they were born February 1st, 2019. So they were C-sections. So yeah, I was there. I got to kind of, which was very interesting. I did not picture that when I thought of a C-section.
Yeah.
I didn't think they quite literally took all her guts out of her body to, like, I literally just thought they, cut an opening and they went in and grabbed the baby out. That's what I thought of a C-section.
Yeah, it's pretty horrific, actually.
But I didn't think of walking in there to see half her insides outside of her body.
Yeah.
It's like, this is interesting. I'm glad I'm not, like, squeamish at stuff like this.
That would be a problem. You'd be the second patient in the room.
Yes, I would be. But yeah, I got in there, whatever, and they pulled baby one out. So TJ came out first, and they showed him to us, then passed him off to the doctor or the other nurse, and then the second baby, Tinsley, she came out, showed both of her to me, and then they had me go over with the twins while they cleaned them up and everything so they can start putting her back together. And then me and the twins went back to the room where Bobby was at, waiting for us to come back. And so, and then, we waited for Chelsea to come into the room. So we ended up staying. We stayed for a few more hours and then went home because the girls were with one of our neighbors, hanging out with them while we were, there at the hospital.
Uh-huh.
And so went back home, grabbed them, and then the next day, me and them went back up to the hospital because Bobby decided to stay with Chelsea for the night. And so then, about another day, we were, she was in the hospital. It wasn't as long as I thought she was going to be there for, probably because there really was no major complications, would be my guess. The only major thing that happened while she was there is she was being, led to the bathroom, and I think on her way back, can't remember if it was on her way back or there, she actually passed out. But luckily there was, no injuries because someone was with her. It's not like she was going by herself.
Right.
So that was really the only complication that came about. But again, nothing major. So, we were there for the time that, they said that we had to be there for, and we didn't go over at all. She actually, for twins, she made it to term, which is very rare to happen because most twins are born early.
Right.
So for twins, for those that don't know, term is 38 weeks instead of 40 weeks. But yeah, she made it to 38 weeks in a day.
An overachiever.
Yes, she was an overachiever, but I knew she was miserable as well. I could see it on her face every day.
Oh, yes. I can't even imagine how uncomfortable that must be.
And yeah. 2 babies. And it's not like multiples are typically underweight because, there are more of them. Well, they were pretty much full-born babies. Like, they were singles that went to 40 weeks. Yeah. That's how big they were. TJ was 7'11", and Tinsley was 6'6". Yeah. So they were pretty much a normal-sized baby, for a single. Yeah. So they were not underweight or anything. Again, probably another reason why we were able to leave, on time, instead of having to stay late because, they were, in the NICU or anything like that. So they were born, and the second thing that came up was I had to get my shoulder figured out. So I've had pain in my shoulder from years past, and since I knew my time in the Marine Corps was coming to an end sooner than I wanted it to, I was like, well, let me go ahead and, try to get everything that I can taken care of while, I'm still in. Yeah. Because it'll be easier. I'm saying it would be, harder, but it would be harder than, while I was still in to have it done. So, I had my shoulder looked at. They, did all the protocol that they had to do before doing the MRI to see, which I'm not sure if I even brought up my shoulder yet.
No, so what's going on with your shoulder?
Okay, so I've had shoulder pain for several years up to this point. I've gone to get it checked out many times. They've done the x-rays and, because of the said protocol, they did x-ray and I had to go do physical therapy. And it just kept becoming the same thing over and over. So I just kind of left it alone. It's like, it wasn't that bad that it was preventing me from doing my job. So it's like, whatever. This is all we're going to keep doing for me to get nothing come from it, then whatever. I'll deal with it.
Like a lot of people in the military, they just kind of push through.
Especially the Marines.
Little pain.
Especially the Marines.
Always been there, right? Yeah, well, especially the Marines. So.
Especially the Marines.
So, yeah. So now you got a foot injury and a shoulder situation going on.
I've already had the surgery for my foot by this point. We've now learned what the pain is in my foot. So it's like, okay, well, let's figure out my shoulder while we're here. So after the protocol, we finally make it to the MRI. The doc says that, well, turns out that it looks like you have a slight tear in your labrum, which is, the reason, you've had this pain. But from my recommendation, because what I see, it's not really, it's a small tear, not really that bad. And obviously you've been dealing with it for several years now. It's obviously not preventing much. Yes, surgery is an option, but I don't think, we should go that invasive until, it, becomes a problem or a bigger problem, shall I say. And again, you've already been dealing with it for several years, so I think you have years, to come before it becomes that problem. And I was like, okay. So, he gave me we set up an appointment for me to come back to give him my answer about whether I want surgery or not. And I talked with my leadership, told them the situation, and they said, well, based off our previous conversations about, you getting out, it's probably best just to get it taken care of while you're still in. I was like, that's kind of what my thought was, too. So I went back, told him, yes, I would like to have the surgery. He's like, okay, we'll go ahead and, get you scheduled and things like that. So I had the surgery and everything. And then post-op, go back. And, he goes to, tell me everything, what happened with the surgery and things like that. He says, yeah, so, we did our normal stuff. We got in there. And as before, I even got started, we, go in to take pictures so we can, see what was there before we go to repair. And to my surprise, let's just say that the MRI did no justice whatsoever. I said, okay, are you saying that it wasn't as bad as what the MRI said it was? He was like, quite the opposite. It was way worse than what I initially thought it was to be. I'm glad you decided to have the surgery. And quite frankly, I have no idea how you've managed to make it this long with this.
Yeah.
This tells me that you have a very high pain tolerance because it was completely torn in there. Like, we put a lot more hardware in there than what we had initially anticipated on putting in there. I was like, oh, well, I'm glad I decided to have it too.
Yeah.
And so, to give you an idea of how long we're talking, well, I initially hurt my shoulder in 2011. No, early 2012 is when I initially hurt myself. So, and this is 2019 now.
So 7 years later, they finally figure it out.
So we finally figure out the problem.
Yeah.
And we're sure that just because of over that time frame, it just, doing everything I've been doing, pull-ups, martial arts, still being, beat up because, as an instructor, we're required to fight all of the students because that's just the way it is. Not to mention when I went through the course, through all the trainings I had to go through and the beatings that I've gotten. So we're sure that, it's just gotten worse thanks to all of that stuff. But nonetheless, he was still in shock and amazed that I was still, like, not crying in agony from what he had to repair. So it was like he pretty much all but said I was a rare breed for me to still be able to walk around with that type of an injury and not like, no, y'all need to fix me right now because like I feel like I'm dying.
Yeah.
Because that's what his initial, like someone else he would expect is them to be saying something like that to him. I was like, okay, that's good to know. So he kind of did show us the pictures of what, he repaired and, what was there first and then the after. So that all came to pass. And then shortly after that appointment, I sat down with my podiatrist and gave her my decision as to what I was doing. And so that's when I told her to go ahead and send me up on the med board. To, begin that process. So this was like April, May of 2019 now that I gave that up, that decision. So at this time now, we're trying to figure out, when I get out, because we don't know how long this, because we've been told like it can take as soon as 3 months for the board or as long as a year. We don't know.
So what do they have you doing? Like you just on like light duty assignments or something?
So for the most part, yeah. I did go to the field with the unit, but more administrative versus actual doing things.
Right.
Like I went as the guard for ammo. When we went to the range, I did a lot of courses for them, so like giving classes and things like that. But for the most part, I worked in headquarters of the battery, but most, at least service members know that as a company.
Right.
So if you're wondering the difference between a battery and a company, well, a battery would be a firing unit such as artillery. They're considered batteries instead of companies. So because we deal with the Stinger missile, and so therefore we're a firing company, therefore we're a battery versus company.
Okay.
So that's the difference between the two. The makeup is the same,
right,
just has a different name for that reason.
Just to make it more confusing, really.
Exactly. Because when I got there and they're talking about batteries, I'm like, what do we need batteries for? Like, no, that's what it is. Okay. I only know of companies, and because everywhere else I've been in, well, I learned about squadrons.
Yeah.
Because, being a Army brat, all I knew was battalions and companies, also because of JRTC.
Right.
So when I learned about a squadron, that was, okay, that's air wing. Okay, good to know. And then now, battery. Okay, firing units. Got it. Makes sense now.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
So you make this hard decision, and you decide to take the med board route. So how long did it end up taking?
Alrighty, so like I said, it started about April, June time frame, and the board results came back in, I want to say early November, because I know it was for sure before Thanksgiving. So I want to say it was early November. And at this time, we had already made preparations for Chelsea and the kids to come back to Michigan, because this is where we decided to settle down at, which I still don't know why we did that. Because in the whole talks, I said we need to go someplace warm, someplace like, Florida, where, our favorite place in the world is at, because we'd only be a matter of hours away versus, matter of a flight.
Right.
So she's like, but then we wouldn't have any real family, in Florida. I was like, okay. I mean, I don't know what she expected me to say. Like, I don't know if she wanted me to be sad about that. Like, okay, this family will be together, though.
Right.
And so the entire time that we had been together up to that point, she said the one thing that she's never had me speechless before. Let's put it this way, ever.
Okay.
But, me trying to make my argument as to, why we should go to Florida versus coming back here to Michigan. The one thing that she had to say, or the one thing she said that shut me up, because I literally had nothing to say. Okay, I did have something to say, but it wasn't what I would have liked to have said. So she said, well, we have family in Michigan, and, we have 4 small kids, and they can help us out at times,
Yeah.
I didn't have anything for that. And all I could say was, this is the time where you have to, actually say something that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Really? This time?
The one time?
The one time I can't even, throw an argument back out as to why that doesn't work either.
Yeah.
But I got nothing of that, other than, yeah, you're right. That's all I got.
So so they came back to Michigan ahead of you then?
Yes.
Okay.
So they came back ahead of me. My brother-in-law came out to Cali and helped drive, back with them. And my mom ended up coming to Cali and driving with me when the time came. Mm-hmm. So during the med board process, I did have an option. So the liaison, he said, well, so you have 2 options realistically. Because I had to fill stuff out myself. And within this paperwork, there was an option as to, I would like to stay in, or I don't want to stay in. And he said, that's still an option for you if you choose to do this before your whole package actually gets sent up. Mm-hmm. But he said to me, he's like, the problem, though, that you can come across by you saying you want to stay in, even though I know you want to stay in because of your limitations, they probably will let you stay in if you say you want to stay in. But it's only going to be until the end of your enlistment, your current enlistment.
Yeah, they're not going to let you re-enlist.
And that's basically what he said to me. He's like, because of your current state and you don't have an administrative job. Mm-hmm. Now, if you had an administrative job, then we can go off of, we can work with that. Yeah. The Marine Corps would be like, oh, he's still a value, he just works, admin. So he can still, do his job. But that's not what you have. You don't have an admin job. You have a combat job. And if you can't do your job as a combat job, then you're no use to the Marine Corps. And right. You know this. It's like, yes, I do know this, unfortunately. And he said, so, you can put that you want to stay in, but I just want to make sure that, so when you go reading the stuff, you see them like, oh, yeah, I'm going to say that I do want to stay in. I just want to let you know, because in case you didn't already think of that.
Yeah.
And, like, my Pueblo, the liaison, he was really, he was really straightforward with me. Pretty much, he's been doing that for many, many years. And, he's pretty much seen it all. So, he was basically like, hey, I'm just telling you like it is. Yeah. Whether you like it or not, I'm just going to tell it to you like it is. I'm sure you already don't like the fact that you're on this board, being that you've already served 11 years. I was like, you're not wrong. I expected to be here 20 plus years, not 11. And he's like, no, I completely understand. But at the same time, I don't want you reading this and you're like, oh, I can stay? Oh, yeah, I'm going to stay. Thinking that you'll be able to continue your 20 plus years.
Right.
So that's why I'm telling you all of this. Not to try to deter you from doing it. I just want you to have all the facts. Mm-hmm. And I was like, no. And I do appreciate that because you're right. I would not have thought about it like that. I would have thought about the fact, oh, I do have an option to stay. So I'm going to choose that. And so during the process, there were two medical things that I had to go through. One of them being through DOD, and then the other one being through the VA. Mm-hmm. So during the med board process, the biggest perk that you get for being on the med board is if you get a rating. Well, you're going to get two ratings. You're going to get a rating from DOD, and you're going to get a rating from the VA. Mm-hmm. Whereas when you get out of the service, yeah, you can do all of your paperwork for the VA prior to getting out, but you won't even know anything until after you've already been processed out and everything, and you still won't hear nothing for probably about a couple months after you've already been out.
Right.
Whereas before you even get out, you would already have an idea what your rating is going to be with the VA. Mm-hmm. Which that was like a good thing and a bad thing in my mind at the time, because I didn't know. Because I didn't know if I was going to get a good rating or a not so good rating. So, mind you, when I put in for the board, I was already... My mind was in the mindset of this is not good because, I'm getting out when I'm not ready. I mean, one can argue it is on my terms, but it's really not on my terms because I wouldn't be able to stay regardless.
Right.
Because of this injury. And then it goes, so my mental health is starting to diminish at this point, slowly but surely. The one saving grace I had was, I'm still around Marines. So, they can, still be able to pick me up, whenever, hey, what's going on? Hey, let's go hang out. Let's go do something, Yeah. So that was like my saving grace at the time. So then we, get the call that, the board has been completed. They have the results and everything for me to come on in. And Chelsea and I go in and sit down with the lady to, go over everything, which was a different person than my liaison was. So I guess this person was the one in charge of actually, giving the results over.
Right.
And telling you what to expect and things like that. So I learned... two things. I guess technically it falls under one thing, but they're just two separate things. So with your DOD rating, if you get a 30% or lower, then you get medically separated from the service. Whereas if you get higher, then you get medical retirement.
Right.
So then I was like, well, I should be able to get retired, right? It's my foot we're talking about. I kind of need my feet.
Yeah.
So, you would think that's a big enough injury to, retire me. I have a higher than 30%, right? You would think. Well, I only got 10% from DOD. Mm-hmm. And then she read me the VA rating, which I got 100% from the VA. And what she went on to tell me after the fact was not helpful at the time. So she's like, I know you hear 100% on here for your, VA rating. I just want to let you know, because I don't want you walking out of here thinking, okay, I got the 100%, blah, blah, blah. That's what I'm going to get. To find out that you didn't actually get 100% when you got out. Now, this rating is a projected rating.
Right.
Which means it could change. So this is what they're projecting you will get. Not saying that this is what you are guaranteed to get when you get out.
So just to recap, you sit down with a person who is talking about your disability compensation. They tell you what your DOD rating is, and then they tell you that you have this 100% VA rating. But at the end of that conversation, the person says, that's just a projected rating. So let's talk about what that means and how that impacted you going forward.
Okay, so learning that it was only a projected rating, I didn't really know what to think, especially being hurt, all the years past, the whole thing with the VAs, and I was just like, man, I hope when I get out, they got everything figured out. And I got out shortly after all that came out. So then I was like, oh, so if I don't get 100%, what does that mean for me? And I didn't know what to think.
Well, your whole plan up to this point had been to stay in the military.
Yes.
So you weren't thinking, and then when you're thinking you're getting out, you're getting 100% disability, well, I'm going to be okay. And then they tell you, well, maybe that's not true. You're not really even going to know until after you're out.
Yes. Yes. I was planning 20 plus years. That was the plan. So there's already been a fork, put in the road there. Then it's, 100% on paper. But when you get out, you'll get the official rating in the mail, which it may or may not be 100%. So, okay. Cool. So, sign paperwork, whatever, because got to finish getting, signing everything so I can get processed out. So it was pretty sure shortly after this point, Chelsea and the kids and her mom came back here to Michigan, and I was maybe about a month behind them because, again, I still had to finish checking out and getting discharge paperwork. So I ended up leaving sooner than my discharge date because of my leave. So, I got to use that leave to go forward to when I was supposed to get out, which was January 15th of 2020. So I made it back here. My mom and I, she came out, drove with me back. We made it here, I want to say it's like maybe the second week of December, sooner than what they expected us to be coming home for. And then, Christmas, New Year's, and then Jan 15th comes, and then it's like, now what do I do? Like, I don't have any more paychecks coming in. I don't know what the VA is going to give me. I don't know how much I'm going to be making from them. I just don't know. And that was very unusual for me because I have always been a planner. I've had backup plans on top of backup plans on top of backup plans. So it was always, okay, well, if this doesn't go to plan, well, I got this to cover it. But for some reason that doesn't go to plan, then some always said, like, you're doing too much. And I was like, no, I'm not. I got to make sure that I'm covered no matter what. So this was something that I just never foresaw this. Right. So I couldn't have a backup plan for something I could never see because the whole plan was 20 years. And the only backup plan to that was more than 20 years. That was it.
Yeah. Sometimes our plans don't happen the way that we planned them to, right?
Correct. Which I was all about that. Like, I've always known plans don't ever go to plan, which is why you have to have, your backup plans. But the plan of me not even making it to 20, getting injured was never even a thought. Because, well, one, Marines don't ever get hurt. You know, we think we get hurt, Corpsman just gives us some, Motrin, tells us, drink some water and change your socks, and we're all better, right?
Yeah.
So we don't ever think you're going to get injured and then you're going to have to get out. Because I didn't know anyone in that situation. So, of course, that thought never even popped in my head.
So you're in Michigan. Where are you living at?
Lansing.
So you're in Michigan, you're in Lansing, you have children, you have a wife, you have yourself, and you don't, at this point, you don't have a plan because everything's not in your control. How'd that feel?
Out of control.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah. So what happens? I mean, it's mid-January, and by the way, by mid-January of 2020, we're starting to get these reports of COVID as well coming out.
So yes, we're learning about, overseas, about, this thing called COVID. And, of course, we're like, okay, well, that's over there, has nothing to do with us. And so again, it's just a matter of what do I do for money? Mm-hmm. Like, I've been the breadwinner. What my job was in the Marine Corps does not translate into civilian. Not to mention, because of my injury, I still can't even do that, even if it did translate.
Right.
So now, because I don't have a plan, I don't know what the future holds for me. I'm not bringing money in like I have been. I'm not the bread, bringer. So in my head, I'm a failure now. Mm-hmm. And I was already depressed and anxious about getting out because of the unknown, because all I've ever known was military. Because again, if you remember, I was born into it.
Right.
So that's all I've ever known.
And now you're completely out of it. Completely. You're 100% civilian. So, I mean...
And not even near. The closest military base would be the reserve station here, or I guess National Guard.
Right.
That's the closest to us. And then the next closest was, Battle Creek.
Right.
And then
you got Selfridge, which is a couple hours from here.
Is that the Air Force one?
Yeah, that's the Air Guard base.
I've been there one time.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah. And that's like an actual, in my opinion, military base, because they have a PX and a commissary.
Right. So did you start looking for work? I mean, what did you do?
Nothing. I literally did nothing.
Uh-huh.
I barely got out of bed because, again, I'm a failure. I can't even work. I don't know what to do. I have no money coming in. So what do? I do nothing. I do what is necessary, not for me, but for the kids. So the twins, they were not even one yet. So they still needed a lot. And to me, need for them was food. Make sure they're, eating and they're alive when Chelsea gets home from work. That was my priority. Changing them, making sure they had clothes on, that was not a priority to me because it really wasn't a necessity. That they just needed to eat so they can stay alive. So when she got home, my job was done. That's the way I looked at it. Mm-hmm. I've never been a stay-at-home parent because I was always working.
Right.
So I didn't know what the first thing about being a stay-at-home parent was. Even though, again, that was not even in my head. So making sure the older kids, so the two that were in school, made it to the bus stop on the bus. And then the twins, make sure they were alive when she got home from work. And then back to bed I went. That's where I spent most of my time during this period. So I think my mom learns about my situation, and she calls me up and says, so we got a trip, a school trip coming up, well, class trip coming up. We're going to Jamaica. And, you can tag along. I said, okay, how much is it going to cost me? You just got to pay for your round trip ticket. That's it. What about food? It's covered. Everything, your food, drinks, everything you're going to pretty much want is going to be covered. All you got to do is pay for your round trip ticket. Okay. So life is looking a little better. I'm like, okay, I'm get to go do something with my mom. And shortly after this, I get my rating. So, okay, I get the envelope from the VA, and I was terrified to open it because I didn't know what was going to be in there. So I gave it to Chelsea. I said, you can open it. And then she opened it, and she said, it looks like you got 100%. I said, are you sure? Because, that's what they told, us before, that it was just projected. You sure it doesn't say projected again? Because, again, now I've lost my optimism.
Right.
Because that was me. I was all about optimism, always seeing the brighter things and everything, but I couldn't see the brighter thing in anything. So it was like, you might want to reread that, and then so actually I'll read it to make sure you're not missing something. And sure and behold, it said 100% total and permanent. That's like, okay. And then, shows what your monthly payment is going to be. And essentially that is what I'll be making. And so the number that was on there for my monthly payment, because it included dependents, was just a bit more than my base pay was before I got out. So that was a plus for me again. And so now so Chelsea knows about the trip and everything. She said, yeah, you should go. I said, okay. So I'm starting to prepare for the trip. And my mom said, do you have a passport? I said, I have a government passport that I'm sure I can't use anymore since, I'm not, in anymore. She's like, no, you need a personal one. I was like, are you sure I need a personal one to go to Jamaica? She's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you need one to go to Jamaica. Are you sure? Isn't Jamaica like Puerto Rico to us? She's like, I don't think so. So I look it up on the state's website, and sure enough, gotta have a passport to go to Jamaica. It's like, okay, well, guess I gotta go get a passport. So I went, got a passport, got my plane ticket bought, ready to go. The trip is supposed to be in, I think it was April is when the trip was. And it's like February now. And, things about COVID is, coming out more about it. How, it's hit here now and it's hit there now. And again, still nothing to worry about here in America. And then we hear about the first case here. And then we hear about multiple cases here. And then how The WHO has now defined this as a world pandemic. But again, it's still not truly affecting America quite yet.
Right.
And so, I'm still looking forward to my, trip and everything. And then it comes out that now America is canceling flights to certain places. And I'm looking, making sure Jamaica is not one of those places. And Jamaica was not one of those places. I was like, okay, cool. We're still good. So everything's still looking good. Then around, I think it was early March, had to be early. I know it's before my birthday. So I'm going to say early March. It came down to where pretty much the entire world shut down. That's when I found out that now in Jamaica, no flights were going anywhere out of the U.S.
Right.
You weren't flying nowhere.
Right.
In the U.S. Everything was shut down. Well, there goes another kick to the groin for me.
Yeah.
And now, see, again, my optimism in my head, I was justified for not being optimist anymore because, again, something else has gone wrong for me.
Something you really wanted didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yet again.
Yeah.
And so now I go into an even deeper depression. Mm-hmm. Because I'm, I'm doing a little bit more, looking forward to this trip. And so when it's canceled, then it's like, okay, well, now what do I do? Yeah, I don't really have to worry about the money aspect for now because now I'm getting paid monthly. So what do? Nothing. So I'll go back to doing nothing. And this lasted for a little while. And it wasn't until, I just given up on the world, essentially.
Right.
It was making sure necessities were taken care of. Aside from that, I didn't care. I didn't really care if I ate. I really wasn't even hungry most of the time. So food was not a problem for me. Again, it was just making sure the kids were eating. So it's probably roughly May now. And again, the world, at this point actually, by the time everything shut down, I didn't have to do anything. Because again, everything was shut down, so even Chelsea wasn't working.
Right.
And because of the federal government, helping everyone, stay afloat during this pandemic, yet again, money was not really a problem because even her not working, the government basically was, supplementing it.
Right.
So that was something I didn't, again, luckily for me, I didn't have to worry about that too. So yes, now I really did spend more than 90% of my time in my room, in my bed, doing nothing. So it was, how it came about, to this day, I still have no idea how. But something in me was just like, you need to figure something out with yourself. Because this isn't good for you. This isn't good for your kids. And your kids need you. And you're not here. You're physically here, but you're not here. And sure, they can see that. And it took me a minute because I justified, well, no, and there's nothing for me to do. Marines, we don't ask for help.
Right.
That's just something we don't do. We have the fix for everything, and there is no fix for what's happening because I haven't thought of it. So therefore, there isn't one. Because, I have a plan for everything, and there's an answer for everything, and being a logical thinker, that was the logic that I came up with. There's nothing that can be done.
Right.
Eventually it came to that, yes, you need to reach out to the VA and see what they can do for you. So I did that. I reached out to the VA. I told them my situation, and they got me scheduled with the psychologist, which was good for me. Whether I did not see that at the time, the doctor, the first doctor that I had, she, commended me for reaching out and, not me being sent there or, no one telling me to do it. I pretty much did on my own accord. And because again, COVID is still a thing. So even they were working from home, but they still had patients and people they had to help. So we were doing virtual meetings. So I think we did weekly virtual meetings for about 6 weeks. She eventually diagnosed me with PTSD, to include, even though the VA had already had it listed for severe depression and anxiety, she reiterated it in her notes. And then after about that 6-week period, I ended up having to get a new doctor. And the new doctor actually had her for about a year. Mm-hmm. And the one thing I liked about her was she held me accountable, because during our sessions, we talk about, the previous week, what happened, my thought process with everything, and then I was given homework for, our next session to complete for the week. And every time our next session came and it wasn't completed, she essentially just got on me about it. Like, why didn't you do it? And no matter what I said, she's like, well, that's just an excuse. There's absolutely no reason for you. It's not like you were going anywhere, because again, everything shut down. And so that was the first few months of being with her. And that's what I really liked about her, is the fact that she didn't allow me to just come with all of these excuses that, I tried to get away with. So in a way, it made me feel like essentially my whole life, from childhood to someone always holding me accountable for whatever it is I did wrong, to being in the military. If I didn't have this completed on time, being held accountable, and that's what it felt like for me with her. And so slowly, I'm making more effort of doing things. And then pretty much almost exactly a year later, she lets me know that she's actually retiring. So she will no longer, after like our next couple sessions, it's going to be it with us, for us, and that was going to be it. And so then it's like, okay, now I'm going back to everything previously. It's like, now what do I do? So I want to actually how am I ever going to find someone like her? It's not possible. It's not going to happen. So like I said, optimism, yes. Even today, I'm still less optimistic than I was prior to.
It sounds like it got a lot easier for you to lose your optimism.
Oh, it got very
as
easy.
time
It got very
progressed.
easy because nothing was going in my favor.
Right.
So there was nothing to...
So let me ask you this question. Do you think, looking back over everything, that nothing was going in your favor, or that it was just your perception that things weren't going in your favor? I'm just curious.
Looking back at it, ask me that question again.
So do you think that things were truly not going in your favor? Or do you think that that was just at your time the perception that things weren't going in your favor?
Okay.
Let me give you an example.
I think I understand your question.
All right.
But after we talk about my next therapist, let's revisit that.
Okay.
Because that's going to actually come up. The answer to that question is actually going to come up.
All right. Fair enough. So your therapist is retiring, and now you're kind of going back down that rabbit hole of nothing's going right.
Yes.
So then what happens?
So, she did put in for me to get a new therapist. And I am through, she put it in, the Lansing VA contacts me to let me know that they've paired me with someone, and they asked me, so do you want to do virtual or do you want to do in person? Because now they're, doing in-person stuff. And I said, well, I think I would really like to do in person. And she's like, okay, well, it's going to be, a few months because this doctor, has so many people. So the first session is, going to be probably about a month and a half, 2 months. It's like, of course it is.
Just one more reinforcement that things are just not going
Exactly.
well. Gotcha. Okay.
So I, again, don't know really what to do. I got to wait. So what else is there to do? Go back to my room and do nothing. That's what there is to do. Because, hey, it's easier. It's less work involved. So I get my new doctor, and he could tell. Actually, no. When I first started with him, we were doing virtual because the VA was not doing in person quite yet. So when I first started with him, he could tell that I really wasn't, fully engaged. And so, he asked, he's like, so it seems like you're not really involved with our sessions. Why is that? And I said, well, the first doctor that I had her for 6 weeks. The next doctor that I had her for a year, and I really liked her. And I just don't think there's anyone else out there like her that, could replace her. And he said, so you're not really engaged with me because you don't think I'll be able to help you the way she was helping you. Yes, exactly. I'm glad you understand. But I don't understand. You didn't give me a chance, though. And again, in my head, what is there to give you a chance with? Like, there is no one else like her. Like, she was who she was, and she was amazing, and she was helping me, and now I'm starting all over with someone new, and I don't really know you. He said, well, you didn't know her at first either. Touche. So I took a leap of faith and I gave him a chance. So this is what we're in 21. We're in 21. We're late 21. As virtually seeing him. So we're doing things, talking about stuff, all the time, and the one thing that came up a lot of times in our sessions was my thought process. Mm-hmm. How me being a logical thinker for everything was not necessarily healthy or good. And eventually we did get into the in-person sessions. And so that's when I guess it was a little bit more easier to, I guess, let him in, if you will. So, we're having our in-person sessions and things like that. And we, again, like I said, we talk about me thinking logically, and pretty much that's like my own thought process. Is if it doesn't make sense, then it can't be, like, there's no reason for it to happen.
Right.
And a lot of that came out to, like, emotion, because it was all about, like, well, like, how did that situation make you feel? I was like, there was nothing to feel, because, there was nothing I could do about it. He's like, but you had to feel something. I was like, but did I have to? Why did I have to feel something? Like, what's the logic behind that? He said, there you go again with the logic. I was like, yes, because that's how everything works. It has to make sense. Like, 2 + 2 is 4. You don't get 2 + 2 and that's 7. No, like, everything, that's the only way it works. It has to make sense. But not everything has to make sense. Yes, it does. And this went on for almost a year. Mm-hmm. Us going, have him bringing this up. And then he brought up to me, he's like, okay, so here's the way you think. Everything is logical. So you're pretty much borderline a robot because of your thought process. I was like, okay. But you also, there's nothing wrong with thinking logically. But there also has to be emotion involved. Well, why does there have to be emotion? Like, he said, so you never felt happy? I was like, I'm sure I have. He was like, never felt sad? Not really. I don't think so. Possibly. I don't know. So what about being mad? No, why would I be mad for? There's no reason to be mad. What does that solve? That's giving whomever I'm mad at the power. Like, no, it logically does not make sense. There you go again, the logical. Well, yes, again, like I've been telling you this last year, that's how it has to be. It has to be logical. It's like, no, it doesn't. And so this keeps on going and going. And then he's slowly getting me to think about things, not just the logical side of it, but emotional as well. But again, it's like using a hammer and a nail to chip at concrete. That's the length of time this was taking for him to get me to see what he wanted me to see. So we get to the point of I say something to him. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was something that I said to him. And apparently whatever it was I said involved emotion. And he said, "Did you hear what you just said?" I said, and then I said it again. He said, "Do you realize that that wasn't a 100% logical response?" I said, "This is the problem." He's like, "No, it's not. That's not a problem. That's what I've been trying to get you to see. Not everything has to be logical. Like, you have to have a balance. That's what makes us human. Because again, without the emotion, you might as well just be a robot." And so I really did enjoy, him. I came around. Things were definitely looking up for me because of the back and forth him and I have gone. Because every time I would say something like, "This happened, and this is why, I felt like this," and then it was well, why did you feel like that? And everything was like always broken down and saying, "Well, did it?" And he would throw at me at times the logical side of it. So, I know what it was. So me not being in the Marine Corps anymore, that got brought up a lot.
Right.
And he always asked, "Well, why do you think you're not in the Marine Corps anymore?" "Oh, you already know the answer to that." Is it okay? Well, what's the reason? "Well, because I lied." And he said, "Okay. So in your mind, you're not in the Marine Corps anymore, all because of a lie." "Exactly." "Okay. Well, why is that?" "Okay. Well, if I would never lied, I would have got promoted. If I would have got promoted, I went to the motorcycle safety course that I broke my foot on. And if I would never went to a motorcycle safety course to have broken my foot, I wouldn't have been medically separated from the Marine Corps." I said, "Okay. Now, let's back up. So, if you didn't lie, got promoted, didn't go to the course to have injured yourself, to be medically separated, what makes you think that something else didn't happen that you would have got injured from and still been medically separated, even if you did get promoted?" Well, that didn't happen. It's like, I understand that's not what happened. But how does this make sense for you to say you're not in the Marine Corps anymore, all because of a simple lie? We just went over this. I lied, didn't get promoted, went to the course, because I wouldn't have had the opportunity to go to the course if I got promoted because I'd been too busy working. So, because I had the opportunity to go, I went, got injured, and here we are today. But you are saying that this one event led to everything else, because it did. I just went over this with you. If it didn't happen, I would have got promoted, I'd still be in. Okay. Let's go down that road. Let's say that's true. You didn't lie. You got promoted. You're still in today. Mm-hmm. Well, what's to stop you from getting injured next year? Well, that's something I'll never ever know. All because of me lying, not getting promoted, getting injured, and being medically separated now. So that was also a fun conversation at many of our sessions. And I still, to this day, believe that to be true. Even though, yes, he did get me to understand that even if that first event did not happen, yes, there was still a possibility of something else happening later down the road that could have still led to this same scenario.
Well, let me ask you this question. In all of this, using the logic that you use, do you feel like you blame yourself for being kicked out of the military because of that? Or do you just think that's a logical sequence of events?
No, it's all my fault. And that's what I would tell him too. Mm-hmm. He said, so you're blaming yourself for you not being in the Marine Corps anymore? Yes. Who else is there to blame? I can't blame the Marine Corps. I mean, they did the only thing they could do. I couldn't stay.
Did you ever give the possibility to the thought that for some things, there's just no blame to be given?
No.
Okay.
That goes back to that logical thinking of mine.
Right. So it's black or white. This was caused by this. It's on or off. It's not. It sounds like there's nothing in between. I'm not trying to be a psychologist. I'm just trying to understand.
No. And then, yes, that is the answer to your question. That it is, okay. Prior to him, yes, it's black and white. Mm-hmm. There was no shade of gray. Since him, there's a hint of gray.
Okay.
But it's still black and white.
Yeah.
And it's still, someone has to be to blame for my not being in the Marine Corps anymore. And the only someone that can be is me.
Okay.
So, which is obviously a big factor of the severe depression. Mm-hmm. So then it goes to he's like, but why do you have to blame yourself for this? And it's like, well, who else do I blame for it? No one really has to be blamed for anything. I was like, but someone does have to be blamed for it. Because everything that we know, there's a cause and effect. And the cause was the lie. The effect was, here I am today, medically separated. Which, in between the two, there were a lot of different events that came about. And he said, okay, yes, there is cause and effect. You are right. I know. That's the logical thinker in me. But there's just the fact of that's just the way everything was supposed to play out. And it was, how was this supposed to play out like this? That was not what was in the plan. How can anyone say that to me? The plan was 20 years. That's what was supposed to play out. Mm-hmm. You know, again, logical thinker in me. Because I don't know if I said before, you know, shortly after me being out, not knowing what I was going to do with myself because of my plans to the plan. I had no plan. And then COVID. So now I'm really stuck at home, and it's like, what do I do with myself? I don't know why, you know, my faith is now in question. Why would he do this to me? I've made one mistake like this, and this is my punishment, is I lose the very thing that I love. And it was just, you know, that's how it was for me.
Right.
It's like,
Do you still view that as a punishment?
what is that?
Where you're at today, do you still view that as punishment?
Blame myself?
Well, I don't just mean blaming yourself, because you were talking about faith, and you said that I told one lie and now this is my punishment. Do you still see it that way?
No.
Okay.
And that goes back to your previous question. With looking back at it, again, thanks to him, looking back at everything, knowing what I know today, what do I think? Right? That was the question?
Yeah, because clearly, at least in the time that we've spent together, clearly you're not that totally depressed person living in his bedroom anymore. You've somehow gotten past that. So how?
Okay.
Because you're still a logical thinker, right? And you still don't kind of let go of the whole, my lie is what made this happen. So how are you past that? Because you're smiling right now, and you were smiling when you were eating an omelet earlier. So something's changed. What has changed? What got you to where you're at now?
So what got me to where I'm at now? So it was a number of things, and I credit him for pretty much all of it, for being brought to light, if you will. You know, thinking about what is happening now, you know, that may not necessarily be happening if, you know, that situation did not arise. And it's kind of why my faith is no longer in question, is because, you know, growing up, you know, being religious, you know, everything happens for a reason. That is, you know, he has a plan. Yes, you may have a plan, but if it doesn't fit in line with his plan, then your plan doesn't matter.
Our plans are not his plans.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's what I was taught.
But there's also free will.
And there's also free will.
Makes it all very complicated and illogical, by the way.
Yes. Which is where the faith part comes into play.
Absolutely.
So it was looking, you know, well, he's like, because one session he did say, he's like, okay, so what is happening now in your life, now that you're out, regardless of the circumstances of the reason you're out, what is going on today in your life that probably would not be happening right now? What good thing is happening for you? And it took me a minute to think about that one. It's like, good thing. Well, what could be good? I'm not in the Marine Corps anymore. And then I said, well, if I was still in the Marine Corps, I don't think we would have been able to buy the house that we have. He's like, okay. Is there anything else? I spend more time with my kids, which when I was in, you know, my job, we were in the field all the time. I swear, like 2-3 weeks out of the month, that's where we spent our lives. I said, okay. And that's kind of how the me where I am today has gotten me to where I am today. It's because of him having me think about the good things that are happening to me now that I would not have been able to do while still in, such as not only the house or spending the time with the kids and being involved with them more, like troop leader for my second daughter,
Yeah, because when you leave here, you're going to go pick up some cookies.
Yes, I gotta go pick up cookies for the troop. Sure do. And then it was not only those two things, but then it was the culinary school, which I would not have been able to physically go to culinary school because of, again, not knowing what our job was going to be, where we're going to be at. It was going to be challenging to try to get to culinary school. And I refused to do it online because I don't think you can learn how to cook online, in my opinion. Like, how's the instructor going to be able to taste your food? It can look pretty, it can look good. How do you know it actually tastes good?
Because logically, how does that work? Right?
Exactly. So that goes back to the logic.
Yeah.
I still don't understand that one, but whatever.
Right.
So, yep, I went to culinary school. I became, thanks to going to culinary school, I am a certified chef through the American Culinary Federation. And I am in the works of starting my own food truck, which are all things that would not have happened in the time frame that they've happened. Even while in my depressive state, I still managed to finish my MBA. And yeah, I really beat myself up on that one as well, because I didn't graduate with a 3.5 GPA. And I had a really good advisor who was with me through it all, even with failing one of my classes. She was always there to encourage me, and she knew my situation. She knew my mental state. And so after I finished and I saw what my GPA was, she's like, so how does it feel to be done? I was like, I mean, it's great and all, but I didn't meet my goal. Which, to me, if I didn't meet my goals, that made me a failure. That's logically was my thought process. You didn't meet a goal, therefore you failed.
Right.
Because logically, that's what it is. You failed to meet your goal, therefore I'm a failure.
You know what they call a medical student who graduates with a C? Call him doctor, because he still graduated, right? All right, and I'm going to stop here because I want people who are listening to this to know that Terrence is smiling, and he's got an amazing smile when he shows it to you. And so just keep that picture in your head. But this goes back to the whole black and white thing, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I passed the school, and you probably still had a pretty good GPA. It just wasn't the 3.5 that you had set for yourself, which, as a military person, especially as a Marine, those are the goals sometimes that matter most. It's not whether or not you accomplish the objective, it's whether or not you accomplish the objective with all these sub-goals that you have that are all still very, very important because they're things that you wanted.
Correct. So, as I'm talking with my advisor, being logical and everything, and I'm like, hey, yeah, so I didn't meet my goal of getting a, 3.5. Graduating with honors, because that's what I said. I've never graduated with honors. I've actually trying, this time. I've never really cared for school, never really tried anything, just did the work, made sure I passed, graduated. That's all it was. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to no, there's no trying. I got to do it. Got to get 3.5. Got to graduate with honors. And I didn't succeed. And she's like, but do you know what your GPA is? I was like, yes. It's not a 3.5. She said, no, it's not a 3.5, but it's a 3.48. And I was like, my point exactly, not a 3.5. She said, but you should see that as a win, because I know of how you were struggling with trying to make sure you stayed on top of your stuff, with your, mental health. I knew everything you were going through. And to me, I'm actually amazed you still managed to finish, even with the 3.48. Yes, you're 0.02 away, but you should be still proud of yourself because you graduated with a master's degree with your mental health the way it was, and a 3.48. I understand that's not a 3.5. And so, that got brought up in counseling as well. And he was like, so you saw yourself as a failure? Like, yes, I failed to meet my goal. Therefore, I am a failure. If I didn't meet my goal in the Marine Corps, I failed. That's the way it was. It was mission accomplishment. We were given the mission. We either succeeded or we failed. If we didn't succeed, well, there's only one other thing: fail. So that's what happened. I had a mission. Get a 3.5. I didn't get a 3.5. I failed. And that's all he could do. He could just sigh, and he's like, but you did it. And again, going back to your question, looking back at it, with everything that I was going through, it wasn't a failure. I didn't fail. Yes, I didn't meet my 3.5. I didn't graduate with honors. But it was still a success because I still managed to finish, even going through all of that. Not only to graduate, but to still have such a high GPA, even with everything I was going through. And so then culinary school came about. Mm-hmm. So I said, you know what? I guess I'll set my goal to graduate with honors for culinary school. Culinary school was, it was a lot more challenging for me. And I'm sure part of that reason was because of my mental health, than I thought possible. Because I've only been cooking for, I feel like, my whole life.
Right.
Like, my only worry about going there was the fact of my age compared to the other students, because nearly all of them are right out of high school. So that was literally my only worry. Aside from that, I was like, I'm gonna crush it. Like, I already got all this cooking experience. I'm sure there's some things that I don't know that I'm gonna learn here. Apparently there's a lot of stuff that I didn't know that I thought I knew. It was all great. And it was a great experience. I'm so glad that I did it. And I would do it again. I did not graduate with honors though. And again, he brought up, why is it so important for you to graduate with honors? Why is that important for you? Because it's just something that I've never done. Like, in school, high school, it was just a matter of passing. That's all I cared about. Because if I didn't pass, I would get in trouble from my mom, and yeah, it would have just been a big deal. Right. So I didn't care about all the titles, and it was just, I'm gonna pass. And I managed to pass high school. I graduated with the 3.0. How I did that I still don't know, but I did. So I said, okay, I'm gonna graduate with honors with my master's. Well, I didn't succeed with that. So when I started culinary school, I'm gonna graduate with honors. And he said, again, why do you care about the graduating with honors? And I said, it's something that I want. I want to do this. And he said, okay, well, what happens if you don't graduate with honors? I said, well, then yet again, I failed at meeting my goal. He said, so are you going to consider yourself a failure again? I was like, well, maybe not necessarily a failure, but I would know that I didn't meet my goal. And he said, okay, so let's go down that road. You don't graduate with honors. And, you want to start your food truck and everything. Who's going to know that you didn't graduate with honors? Who's going to know that? Me? Who else? My wife? Pretty much everyone close to me that I tell. So whoever you tell is going to know. So is it going to be like plastered on, your wall on your food truck? Like, are they going to see your degree and it's going to say, doesn't have honor, so they're going to be like, oh, yeah, we're not eating here. Is that going to make you any less of a chef? I was like, no. So then why does it matter? Because it does. It's like, why can't you understand that? Like, if I don't graduate with honors, then I didn't graduate with honors. And he's saying that's okay. It is okay not to, as long as you graduate, that's what matters. Even if it's with a 2.0, you graduated and no one's going to know other than you.
Right.
That's not going to make you any less of a person, any less of a chef. I'm sure your food is still going to be great. I have no doubt about that in my mind whatsoever, that if you do not graduate honors, that is not going to flow into the taste of your food. And I said, well, I'm sure that's true, but then I still didn't do it. He said, okay. And then I finished culinary school, did not graduate with honors. And he said, so you didn't graduate with honors? I said, I did not graduate with honors. And he said, talk to me about that. I was like, well, it was very challenging. And I really tried. Like, I worked my butt off. And it was just difficult. And he said, okay. So did you graduate? I did. I am a certified chef. And he said, okay, you're a certified chef. And I was like, what do you mean, and? Anything else? It's like, no. I graduated as a certified chef. I have a actual certification. It's not like I just went to culinary school and got to go work out, go work and do stuff and, earn the title chef. No, I graduated as a certified culinarian. That is my title. So I am a bona fide chef. So you're not a failure? No, why would I be a failure? Because that's what you said before, that if you didn't graduate with honors, then you would have failed. Yeah, I did. And I succeeded with every part of it. I worked for that certification. And that's when he's starting to point out the fact that I'm finally seeing it the way he's been trying to show it to me all those years. So I was with him for about 2 years. Mm-hmm. And then, last summer, he actually ended up going to work at a different VA. So I lost him, and I didn't have the same thought process as I did when I lost the first doctor. But it was just like, okay, I'll be okay to see the next person. And I haven't seen anybody since, which my psychiatrist, I tell her, it's like, yes, I need to see somebody, because I feel like the longer I go without seeing someone and continuously, keeping up with the talking about stuff and things that pop up, then the more likely it is I'm going to go back to, my depressive state.
Right.
And so she's been pushing everything. I finally got the call a few weeks ago that they have somebody for me to see, since I'm doing in person. I actually have them scheduled. I think next month I'm scheduled to go and see someone new now. They're at the Lansing VA. But he has been a big help. He was a tremendous help with, I guess, getting me to where I am today. Not only that, me working at the American Legion helps because I'm surrounded by like-minded people. That's the closest, obviously, I'm gonna get to, service members, veterans. Again, people who think like me, who I can just talk to.
Maybe they've had some similar experiences, that kind of thing.
Possibly.
Yeah.
But just being able to, I guess really just being able to have grown-up conversations.
Yeah.
I think ultimately helps. Instead of, being stuck at home with the kids day in, day out, and only really have Chelsea to talk to for grown-up conversation. So being able to be the bartender there, seeing some new faces here and there, seeing, familiar faces all the time, being able to check in, them asking questions about the family, and, just being able to talk with people. I think also has contributed to my state of mind. Since I've been working there, May will be 3 years. So I really do think me working there helped a lot.
So if we catch the audience up a little bit, you are working at the Legion. You're working some part-time work. I know you're very involved with your kids because usually you're either coming over when you've dropped them off or you have to leave a certain time to go pick them up. And so it sounds like that's going great. You have a house full of people, which is good and can be challenging sometimes. But so where are you at with getting your food truck together, and kind of what does the future look like for you?
Okay. So in 2022, I started looking into, so I was still in culinary school, and I'm really starting to look more into, because now which is again another reason why I'm so happy I went to culinary school, because I learned a lot about the industry that I didn't know. Like there was just so much when it came to like inventory, just how it all differed from pretty much every other industry out there. So it was great to get that experience, also learn from the chefs there, because that is what I went there for, was to learn from their mistakes so I can do my best not to make the same ones. And then they all knew what my goals were, that I was planning to start a business. I was in the works of starting a business. And So when we even had a class where we had to do a business plan. So they're like, he's like, make a fake, business or whatever, so you can make a business plan for it. So I was like, why would I make a fake one? I might as well just make a business plan for the business that I want to do.
Right.
Like, this is perfect.
Right.
So that helped me, learning the ins, even though obviously in business school I did learn a bit about business plans, but I just felt like this was even better because it was for the same industry that I was going into versus just generic business plan. Because I think from the generic business plan that we went over in business school was very much different than the one we do for the food industry. Mm-hmm. There's just so much more that goes into it, in my opinion. So that was a plus to learn those things, what I didn't know. So I got my business registered. So registered with the IRS. I am now registered with the state of Michigan, and my business plan is completed. And I just had business cards made, and right now I'm working on funding for the business. I'm looking into grants because I would much rather try to find some grants instead of having to go get loans. And while I'm in the midst of waiting for funding, I decided that I'm going to do some catering, and which works good for me also because it also helped, get my name out there.
Right.
Because when I'm catering an event, the person who hired me probably is the one who knows me, but whomever's there for the event, after having my food or whatever, well, they may be interested now and, be able to grab a business card, and whenever they have an event that needs to be catered, and then that's, one of the faster ways for my name to get put out there, which is very little advertising on my part. So that's what I'm in the works of now. And
so what's the name of your business?
it's a great name. It's very fitting. And everyone that's heard it is like, that's awesome. So it took me a while to figure it out what I wanted to call myself. Because again, it had to be something that wasn't already there, something creative. Even though you may that's not really that creative, but it's still pretty cool. The name is A Marine's Kitchen. And so people are like, that's cool. And how did you come up with that? Well, I'm a Marine, and it's my kitchen. So I was actually torn between the Marine's kitchen and a Marine's kitchen. And so when I got a feel for the two, I got, fillers from people. They're like, I think you should go with the A Marine's kitchen. And I was like, I couldn't agree with you more. And so that's how that came to be.
It's a great name. It's simple and it kind of spells it out.
Yeah. And some were like, even with that name, you're bound to even get those veterans. They just hear a Marine and they're like, oh, I wonder if that's like a legit Marine and come just to check you out because just of the name.
Right.
And I was like, that was kind of the idea.
Yeah. So it sounds like things are going in the right direction. You've kind of gotten the help that you've needed, but you know that you still need to talk with someone and work on yourself. It sounds like your family's doing well. You're moving forward with your business, and I'm looking forward to the food truck because I want to sample that food. And you have things going on so that you're not sitting at home feeling depressed, thinking about your problems, that you're thinking about solutions and moving forward. And so as we sort of wrap up our conversation, there's really two questions.
Okay.
The first one is there anything else that you would like to share that we haven't talked about?
Well, I mean, I guess the only thing that I would like to share is that even with everything that I've gone through, yes, my mom and I actually just talked about this last week too, being that I started to say, you know, I wasn't supposed to get out, and then she's like, I mean, I wasn't planning on getting out when I did. And she reiterated to me again, like, it's all part of his plan. And that's, again, kind of brought me back to my faith, was like, I can see how, because, again, of all the opportunities that I've had since being out, once, I did, finally go to get the help, to be able to see that. And someone even said to me that this is something that he put you through so he can see how you're gonna pull yourself together. And what I said to them jokingly was, he couldn't figure out a different way to put me through something. He had to do this. He was like, well, everyone has to go through their own trial, and that was yours.
Right.
And I was like, I thought I already went through my trial, and I thought that was boot camp. I thought that was extreme enough. I didn't realize he had to put me through something even more extreme.
Right.
So now I'm able to, joke a little bit about everything. I'm not even real on Facebook as much anymore because I see some of the Marines that, I kind of grew up in the Marine Corps with, getting promoted and seeing those things. And, it gets me thinking back to that. And it's like, okay, I got to especially being I'm not in counseling right now to talk about it with anybody. So I was like, kind of got to get myself out of that, so I don't fall back into that rabbit hole.
Right.
Right. But I think the thing that I would say is, I guess, know around really what you're going through, whatever things you can control, such as the goals of yours, such as mine is starting my own business. This has been a goal of mine since I was a child. After I learned how to, started cooking and everything, I said, I'm gonna own a restaurant, and it's gonna be like the next McDonald's. It's gonna be worldwide, and that was my dream. As I got older, I started realizing I didn't really think I wanted to be a chain restaurant like that, because then the more hands in the pot, the quality of my food will go down, and it's no longer mine. And it's like, yeah, I want to be in control of my, product. So I, thanks to getting the help, I'm back on track of, completing the goal that I've had since, again, I was a child.
And I think that's important. I think that speaks to you are where you're supposed to be, right? At the end of the day. So the second question, and I'll preface it with this, is that as we make this recording, this will be available to people 100 years from now. We'll be able to listen to your story and hear about your life. So the big question is, again, as we wrap this up, and it's been a great conversation. When people are listening to this 100 years from now, what's the one thing you want them to take away from it?
The one thing to take away from this, this is mostly directed to the veterans listening, but can apply to pretty much anyone. Getting out of the service, regardless of whether on your own terms or not on your terms, it is a very challenging thing. Even working at the Legion, talking with, some veterans, saying how, they've had challenges getting out, even though they wanted to get out. Just, moving into the civilian world, coming from the military world. And as you all know, for me, military is my whole life until having to get out. So that was a really damper on me. But regardless, because I will only hope that 100 years from now, our country is a lot better with taking care of especially the veterans. So we have no homeless veterans. But I do think that if most of those homeless veterans, I'm sure, are the way they or the lifestyle they are in is because of when they got out, it was nothing like they thought it was going to be. And nothing went right for them. And that's where they ended up. Well, as no matter what happens, always reach out to the VA. Even if a homeless veteran does manage to hear this, the VA, which I learned 2 years ago, that the VA actually has a section that is dedicated to homeless veterans. So if that's you, then yes, go and find a VA and tell them your situation. If that's not you, if you're just finding it difficult being in the civilian world after leaving military life, reach out to the VA. Get the help that is available to you. I heard, the bad things about some of the VAs, and that's what I was afraid of happening to me, falling victim to that kind of VA. I gave it a shot, and I have yet to have a problem with any of the VAs that I've been to. So instead of listening to everything, go experience it for yourself. And if you do have a bad experience, don't think that's all the VAs. Maybe see if you can talk to someone different or go to a different VA. Because again, they are there for you. And I'm very appreciative of the VA. But for those who are not veterans that are listening, if you find yourself in any kind of similar situation, you left a job or, you were let go for, unforeseen reasons, and you start falling into what I went through, go find some help. I also learned that there's also free help out there too. There are doctors who volunteer their time to help people who are, depressed and everything. So you don't have to turn to drugs and alcohol and eventually homelessness. So no matter what your situation is, don't be afraid to ask for help. Because again, veterans, yes, being a Marine especially, That is something we're taught is we don't ask for help. We do it all ourselves. We fix our own problems. If it ain't a Marine next to us that we're asking for the help from, then we're not asking for help from anybody. So it's okay. Doesn't make you any less of a person. As I learned, it actually makes you stronger for asking for help when you need it. So for anyone that needs it, no matter how small or big, just ask. Somebody will be there for you as long as you ask.
Thank you for listening to another episode of Veterans Archives, the podcast that brings you the story of the men and women who have created and lived our military history. If you or someone you know served in the military and would like to share your story with Veterans Archives, please go to www.veteransarchives.org, select the Apply Now button, and fill out our application, and someone will get right back with you. Veterans Archives is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and we rely on the donations of our listeners. If you are enjoying these stories and you support our efforts, please go to www.veteransarchives.org and select the Donate button. Any donation is certainly appreciated. Look for Veterans Archives on your favorite social media. We are on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. Just look for Veterans Archives. Like, follow, and share our page. We'd certainly appreciate it. If you or someone you know is a veteran and you are struggling with mental health issues, please dial 988 and select option 1 for the Veterans Crisis Hotline. Please be sure to tune in next time for the next episode of Veterans Archives.